Yo! What up, chat? Hello, hello.
You never responded to that picture of my sister I sent you. What do you think?
What?
How about it, brother?
What? Chat, I've been live for 2 seconds. Who said that? What was that comment? You never responded to that picture of my sister? What the fuck? How's it going, chat? Hello.
You never responded to that picture of me my brother sent you.
Oh, God.
What do you think? Up for a go?
Chat, what the hell? You're being so degenerate. Good to see you guys. Good to see you. I hope you're having a fantastic Thursday night / Friday morning. Whatever it is for you, I hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty good.
Right now, he is drunk.
It's currently 1:26 a.m. Woo! It's a little late, but I just roll out of bed. I was doing a programming session earlier today, making progress on stuff for the channel. You know how it goes.
Dunk, you never responded to that picture I sent you of my mother. What did y'all say? She's only 78.
I think nuclear launch detected is the best response. Nuke it all. Nuke it all. The Dota 2 patch? Wait, was there a Dota 2 patch? Hold on, don't you get my hopes up like this, because it was... Nobody said anything to me. Let me just real quickly... God damn it, you got my hope. Wait, there actually was. Fixed dire melee barracks having a small hitbox. God damn it. Don't really have much to do left in the game, unlocking wise. All that's left for me is to kill buffed up Toveri, do the reverse sun quest, eat the dark moon with the sun, moon with the dark sun, pacifist, no gold, speedrun, and no hit. What I'm wondering about is the last Steam achievement I have left. All enemies. Is there a consistent way to get heart and spell refresh mimic kills now that infinite chest rain is isn't in the game? That isn't just seeded. If you come up with a method, feel free to let me know, because yeah, that actually is one of the big obstacles of why I've never tried. I've only ever tried one event doing 100% Noita in a single stream, and since then I've never tried it again. Best way I've seen is LDT Meat Realm, because refresh mimics from the utility boxes. I would say prioritize finding, so basically he's talking about the mimics, right? And there is the heart mimic and the spell refresh mimic. The spell refresh mimic can drop from a utility box, but a heart refresh mimic cannot. A treasure chest can potentially drop heart refresh, I mean not heart refresh, heart refresh mimic. Let's just call it heart mimic, not heart refresh, because I mean it is just it's not really a refresh, it's a adding health. Heart mimic and spell refresh mimic, both of these can drop out of a treasure chest. So you prioritize the treasure chest first, because you may accidentally get the spell refresh. The problem is you currently have no way to find as many treasure chests as you used to, because used to you could just dogpile in like just tons of these chests. The quickest way to get treasure chests that I know of would be jumping between Holy Mountains pacifist chests. That is that's a great way to go to farm chests pretty quickly. You can also do that through a World Tele Wand, where you're just jumping from one spot to another. And read Vex, please. What is this? Here you can find them in New Game +2, East 64 plus any tower biome will spawn chests everywhere. That actually, it could be a legitimate strategy. I haven't tried this method before, but it was talked about recently, where basically I don't do a ton of like searching around in New Game Pluses. Usually if I'm going to New Game Plus, I have a very specific goal, like, oh, I go to New Game Plus and I am collecting the orbs, trying to go all the way to New Game Plus 28. But when you're going to the New Game Pluses, there's actually some formations and stuff. The way the World Gen works, it can actually be set up in a way that it kind of spams in a ton of like something. So for example, there's actually a formation in the New Game Pluses, or I don't even know how you would consistently find them, but it's in the New Game Plus layout where it can actually spam music boxes. Where you know, like the music boxes that are in the overworld where you kick it and it plays a song. There's actually a formation where there's like 50 music boxes in the world, like in the Noita world. I don't know how you would go about making this happen consistently, but it is a thing. So Vex is trying to show a clip here, I think, of him. Let me mute that for a moment.
It doesn't exist. It's not real.
See, he's showing a formation where it just happens to have a ton of treasure chests. So this is a way to get a lot of chests in a small area. Obviously not as many as Infinite Chest Train, but still a lot of chests.
It's... What? It doesn't exist. It's not real.
But I have no idea how consistent, how many worlds you have to go to, like, because he currently is, I don't know what world he's in right now. He's probably like, because you can tell whenever you're looking at the enemies, you see how glitchy everything looks. He is definitely many parallel worlds. I don't know how many New Game Pluses, but he's definitely many parallel worlds over. Which one did he say? Let me see. He said this was East. He says you can find them here in New Game Plus. This was New Game Plus 2, East 64. He says between East and West, you can farm several thousands of chests. There you go. I mean, this could be the new modern strat, but I don't know how the stability of the game works at that point. I mean, obviously Vex's is looking pretty stable, but...
Go here with more love. Go here with maxed out more love. There's polys there's poly mages everywhere. There's poly into flash everywhere. What happened if you took a portal now?
What the?
No! There was monster powder. No!
I like how his response was so chill. Oh, fucking monster powder there. Meanwhile, fucking 6 bridge bosses spawn and are like, beat his ass. He's just like, well, that's crazy. I'd be like, holy shit, save yourself.
It's... What?
I mean, I don't know. We got to see if there's consistent strats and not only that, but once you find this position, if you have a long distance tele wand and you just keep jumping to the same position, but in parallel worlds, are there going to be consistently this many chests? But yeah, I mean, this does look like a great method to get a ton of treasure chests in a short period of time, which is exactly what you want for the spell refresh mimic and the heart mimic. I wonder if there's the equivalent of this. There probably is the equivalent of this, but with what do you call it? Utility boxes. You would rather it be the treasure chest anyways. Oh, I see. So there's more. That's why he's stopping every once in a while. He's looking specifically for the greater treasure chest. Wait, did it not rewind that? There we go. Yeah, see, he's looking for those right there. Because this right here is a greater treasure chest. Every time a treasure chest spawns, there is a 1 in, was it 1,000, 2,000? I can't remember. Let's say 1 in 1,000 chance that it will be a great treasure chest, and those potentially drop the most insane stuff in all of Noita. And Vex says it is very consistent. You can find it every time, guaranteed. How stable was your game at this point? I mean, because it's looking really stable, but I found that whenever I went to once I started to get to like 20 parallel worlds or so, my game stability starts to get so rough. Maybe you build one that just jumps like 20 parallel worlds at once so that you don't have to load in as much. What's so great about it anyways is just a bunch of stuff. So the question was that the person was asking was that, hey, they're wanting to complete like 100% Noita in terms of spells, enemies, and perks. Well, spells they've completed, perks they've completed, but enemies, there are 2 enemies that are abnormally rare, and the only way you can get them, like the heart refresh mimic, it's a heart that tries to bite you. The only way you can get that to spawn is it drops from a treasure chest, and it's a very, very low chance of dropping. It's the rarest enemy in the game, or one of the rarest enemies in the game. I guess the spell refresh mimic could argue it maybe is more rare, but meaning if it's something really, really rare chance of dropping out of a treasure chest, it means you're going to need to open a lot of treasure chests to even have this possibility of it happening. So it just becomes about efficiency, trying to open as many chests in as shortest period of time so that you can, because if you're jumping into a run, if I'm going into a run today and I say, oh, I guarantee we'll find a heart mimic, and you're not doing a seeded run, you're just doing a random seed, well then it's like, well then how do you plan to look through so many chests efficiently? And that's what Vex was showing as it looks like a really interesting method. Essentially you're just like abusing the world gen, just being crazy as hell to get tons of treasure chests at once. And yeah, cool stuff. Can we try today? Yeah, we could. I'm trying to think, how would we clarify our goal? Vex says, shout out to Lim37 for showing me about this. Yeah, that was the first clips I had seen of some really crazy stuff were from Lim. I think Latali had talked about it years ago, how the world gen stuff gets really crazy, but I'd never really seen people dive too deeply into it till I started getting links from this Lim37, and it seems like they really enjoy the whole find a greater treasure chest that doesn't suck. Yeah, but Lim enjoys the science of like those new game plus parallel worlds, funkiness, jankiness, whatever the hell you want to call it. Find monster powder in a greater chest and do 5 to 10 shifts into it. Okay, well, first off, guaranteeing monster powder out of a chest, that's already pretty rare. Find 1 greater chest, 1 heart mimic, and 1 refresh mimic. What? That's what? That could take forever. I was finding like 1 to 4 greater treasure chests each parallel world. I was checking in that spot, though eventually I went past 260 parallel worlds to extend the chest zone to 8 chunks. How stable was your game at that point, Vex? It had to be like, kill me. Kill me. I only crashed once, and that was before I got there. Dunk is trying to cope so hard into thinking that finding heart and refresh mimic is difficult. Huh? It is a pain in the ass. I mean, even if you... I'm trying to think how many... Because if you can find that many greater chests, I mean, it's still going to be a long run. Let me see. There is a 0.1089% chance of finding them in a treasure chest. Meaning, if you do this setup, you would have to... Wait, what would that be? Find like 1,000 treasure chests just to have like a... You know, just to be like, yeah, I'll find it. 1,000 chests and you're guaranteed to find it. That's how stats works. Guaranteed. You're on that 999th treasure chest. You're opening it up. You're like, well, I know for sure what's in here. I know what's popping out of this. A god gamer could do it. Dispo says, hello, Dunk. I'm from YouTube. What's today's challenge? So Vex has got us talking about something interesting, and I'm trying to think how I can make it a challenge for today. Essentially, he said if you go to New Game Plus, I think he said New Game +2, and then like 60 something parallel worlds, that there's a guarantee, like you can guarantee find clumps of treasure chests, and then the more parallel worlds you go, I guess the amount of these clumps of treasure chests that grows. So I'm just like, maybe just call it New Game +2 East 64 plus Noita run. I feel like that's too plain. I want it to almost be like, once we get there, then we have a goal for what to do with it. That's what I was leaning towards, Stardust, finding at least 1 mimic. But I'm like, damn, is that too crazy? Make the goal to find a greater treasure chest that has something interesting. Believe me, that's the hardest part. So my fear is to set up a challenge like this and it be too vague, and then everybody's very opinionated on what exactly is a good greater treasure chest. And not only that, but you could just end up opening hundreds and hundreds of chests and just not getting good stuff, and that also is not exactly the most exciting thing. Vex said he found 3 mimics in his run, but how long was he doing it's the question. You know, he may have been like, oh yeah, I did this for like, you know, 20 hours or some shit. I don't know. 1 mimic, 1 rare potion, 1 greater treasure chest. Oh shit, you want 1 of each? 3 to 4 hours? In 3 to 4 hours, you found several mimics? You absolutely need 4 times more love because there are many poly mages. Not 1 of each, just 1. In that case, if we were just gonna do 1, I could just say finding a natural greater chest could just be our goal. Because that one, we should be fine. I'm a little nervous about the stability of the game, but screw it, that's what we're gonna do. You find like 1 to 4 guaranteed each parallel world. I don't know, I feel like I've been around long enough that I'm a little nervous to go off of like, oh, I guarantee it. Because there's been so many times I've gotten like 6 or 7 hours into a run, and then somebody who guaranteed something was like, huh, well, that's interesting. I never had that happen before. So that's why I'm a little standoffish on just like all-inning. Usually it's like, well, really? Well, I gotta head to bed. I'll see you guys later. And I'm just like, you fuck. You piece of shit. So I think I'm going to make it a natural great treasure chest. You're going to find 1 immediately when you get there. Trust me. My fear isn't the fight. Like once I see the groups of chests, then I'll be like confident. I'll be like, yeah, we'll find 1. But my issue is the consistency.
Now he is drawn.
Noita finding a natural great treasure chest daily run. That's what we're going to call it. All right, predictions are open. We'll see. Once we get there, we'll probably do some more stuff besides just find the great treasure chest. We'll do some other things, like just we'll see how many chests we can open in a short period of time. We'll discuss maybe it is a legitimate strategy for how we would go about if we ever wanted to do another 100% run in the future. Maybe this is the strat to get those you know, those enemies that are damn rare. So we'll kind of goof around with the stuff. But for the challenge, for the purpose of the challenge, we will have met the general goal once we find 1 great treasure chest that spawned in naturally. Not from the greed dice, not from the end of everything, but it's just in the world and we have come across it. That is the goal. Now, just because we find it, that'll mean we have checked off our goal for the run, but we still need to lock in the win. I won't lock in the win until after I've goofed around probably with those greater treasure chests and everything for a little bit. Like we'll hang out in that area if we're able to find it and just see some, because like I said, I haven't really done anything involving extreme parallel worlds in new game pluses before. So this is going to be something for me to kind of toy around, I want to get a feel for the stability of the game, because in my experience, anytime I've done stuff with large amounts of parallel worlds, and it will that plus new game plus as well, is just anything where you're pushing the x I guess axis to like crazy amounts, the game started to get unstable. So maybe by going to new game plus 2 and very quickly without doing a lot of exploring, just going directly to like parallel world 64 or whatever, maybe our game will be stable for some reason. I have no idea, but Vex was saying that it was pretty damn stable for him. Wait, what was that? You were a little bummed about it being so easy because I wanted to do an event to find a natural one, but I opened like hundreds of them in that run. Well, I hope that's the case today, because it would be fun to have a consistent method that we could call, like, I don't know, some greater treasure chest farming method that we could look for some mega loots, like the monstrous powder that you were talking about earlier and stuff, or in the clip I guess you mentioned. When are you going to say I lost the challenge because you go on like forever searching for it? That's a possibility, Balian. I mean, like I said, I've never really done stuff with the like deep parallel worlds in new game pluses, so it'll be uncharted territory for me. And but people like Vex are saying like they guarantee it, guaranteed. So that gets my hopes up to say like, okay, we can reliably say we will find one. But there is a scenario, and I have seen it happen before. It's happened to me many times where somebody guaranteed something. I got there, and then like I said, they were like, huh, well that's interesting. I didn't know that was possible to happen. And then it got very challenging. If that were to happen, we are going to have a world tele one, so obviously
fear the moist mob.
Obviously, we would not go out easily. We would start just spamming, and we'd find a chest area and just start spamming. And I mean, it would not be nearly as good as like if we found a whole clump of like 20 of them or whatever. In the reality, we'd find like one, and we could just spam in that same spot, trying to find more chests and see how that goes. Because you got to remember, the mines actually has a formation that can guarantee a chest, and then if you have the greed curse, that chest, the possibilities of that chest being a greater chest actually goes to 1 to 50, something like that. So I think it's the same as the tower odds without the greed thing, but you could find it that there's like backup methods, I guess is what I'm trying to say. That backup method is not necessarily the greatest method for finding great treasure chest. This one that we are discussing, that I'm about to attempt, should be, if it does work, would actually be definitely the better method. But we got to find out if it works.
See this guy right now. He is.
What if you find a great treasure chest in the mines immediately? Then we will have completed our goal. But just because I've completed my goal doesn't mean I end the run. I can still go do whatever the hell I want. I just like to have a general like plan, so I can still just die to something else.
I sexually identify as in the sun. Ever since I was a boy, I dreamed of Mina taking the primal essences and feeding me babies to become the stuff of legends. People say to me that a person being a star is impossible and that I'm retarded, but I don't care. I'm beautiful. I'm having...
What in the fuck? All right, I'm not even going to finish reading that because it's just too brain dead. I don't know what the fuck. Sometimes I feel like you guys are like just typing in random prompts in a chat GPT and then just pasting it in a chat. All right, daily run. All right, we got whiskey. Okay, this is like one of my least favorite starting setups. Bouncing burst, unstable crystal, whiskey.
IT is my God-given right to take pastas from other chats and change them so they fit this stream.
Disgusting!
Change them? Don't even lie. I know you copied, pasted into ChatGPT. You're like, alter this slightly. Then you copied and then you pasted it into our chat. I know the truth. You've been exposed.
In sweat.
Drenched in sweat. Ooh, we got some water. Brain lag with a 14-monther just said, do it. Do it. Just do it. Shiro with the 15-monther. Been a while since I was here. Appreciate you stopping by, Shiro.
I feel offended that you'd think I'd resort to such cheap methods, but since you constantly use ChatGPT for your DIESOFCRINGE speeches,
What?
I'm not surprised you're trying to reflect that Degan behavior on me.
I would never. All my speeches... Oh, shit. All my speeches are original. That could have gotten me killed, actually, just now. It could have gone badly. Oh, come on. Oh, my God. Wasting all of these. I should have just shot an acid ball at it. Would have been faster. Ooh. Spark trigger in the first zone. So we already have an acid ball. That means I have a way out of the very first holy mountain if I need to. Spark trigger. Already looking strong. Kind of like it over our bouncing burst, in fact. Watch out for this. And I'm going to go ahead and drain a bit of the water. If I see unstable crystal on my starter setup, I always reset. There's a lot of people that way. I honestly don't blame you. There we go. Electrified this spot here. Open the chest. So it dropped chaotic polymorphine, so that means we have a second way to escape the mountain. If you're curious about these weird circle things, you're like, what the hell is that? That's just a biome modifier. It's on today's daily, so I can't remember if this one has any requirement that you have some of them you have to have achieved certain stuff in Noita to experience them. Latali says nope. Okay, so this one, if you play today's daily, you should have this exact same biome modifier in your daily. I guess unless you are playing your first, like, I want to say like your first 10 Noita runs or some shit ever, they have like a thing in place to make sure that there's like not early biome modifiers for your first like 10, 20 runs, some random shit like that. So I don't know if that affects the daily. But it should be the same. Only Ambrosia Fields and Giga Black Hole Traps are the unlocks, I think. Okay. I'm trying to save some of my crystals since I wasted so many of them. Using the bubbles to dig. Good old bubbles. There you go. That's going to be good enough. Then we just throw the crystal. Oops. Did not mean to do that. The reason, if you see a clump of spiders and you have the crystals, I mean, it is the one thing that they're good at, is that they do cause the enemies to drop bonus gold. It's a trick kill. Oh, the puzzle again. You don't say. Do the same thing I did on the last one. Dude, there's so many enemies. At least we're getting some good money. Alright, what are you going to give us this time? Oops, there's some copper in the way. You don't have to drain the water. I tend to do it just because it makes it easier to like manipulate the box around and stuff. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Ooh, you do not want to see this. Where you can't tell if the box is electrified or not. It's kind of frustrating because you're not seeing the pulses of electricity. So what I tend to do is I use water. Oh, come on. There it goes. There we go. Little bit of gold. The pulses happen at like, you know, set increments. It's not random. So you just need to know the rhythm of the electrical pulses, and then it makes it easy to know when to kick it. Can that puzzle spawn a greater treasure chest? I actually don't know. I think maybe I would guess. It is a guaranteed chest spawn, so there's a chance that maybe it runs the script in such a way that doesn't even have an opportunity to spawn a great treasure chest, because there are instances of that in Noita. So for example, whenever you get a pacifist chest in the Holy Mountain, those have a 0% chance of being a great treasure chest, because it doesn't even run the script that gives them the opportunity to be you know, the great one. Latali says he doesn't think so. Okay, so he's thinking there might be a 0% chance on it, which is a little bit lame, but whatever. So this is kind of an interesting thing to consider. Right now we have a chaotic poly flask. In chaotic poly, you turn into a random creature, and then you can use that to escape the Holy Mountain without collapsing it. The thing is, though, it is a random creature. So you could get very unlucky and turn into something like a fish while you're levitating high in the air. And if you're levitating in the air and you drink from a chaotic poly flask and you turn into a fish, there's a chance that that could kill you. You could literally just turn into a fish, fall, and hit the ground and die. Because the fish is the like one enemy in the game that has fall damage. Hold on, let me grab a tissue real fast. Sorry, I'm over here yapping. And I'm getting stopped up. Hold up, chat. Blue-Eyed says not a chance. A good enough fall would... not a chance. A good enough fall would kill it. Yeah, so the point is, it's an actual fear. It's an actual fear that while levitating, you could turn into a creature, the fish, and then fall to your death. That has happened before. Trust me. I've seen it. It's a rough one. So a way to avoid that chance, that opportunity of bullshit, you could put down the great treasure chests. Say, you know what? I don't trust the RNG. I don't want the randomness. I will choose to go with the guaranteed sheep. Now this one sounds kind of crazy because now the sheep is extra vulnerable. Sheep is like, you know, easily killed. But you know for sure you will turn into a sheep. It removes the variance and guarantees you get a weak creature. But at least you don't turn into the fish. Just go for unstable poly. Yeah, could get some unstable poly. Then we guarantee a hiisi guy, which is way better than the other ones, the alternatives. So far, the first zone, not the most exciting, but not too bad. I mean, we haven't found, like, any hearts, which that makes me a bit sad. But we have found some decent wands. Imagine if the sheep still took fall damage, though. Funnily enough, it's kind of the opposite with the sheep, actually. So let's say that ice is falling from above, like something broke some ice and it's falling down and it hits an enemy, it will kill them normally. So if you were to chaotic poly into an enemy as the ice is falling down and it hits you in the head, it would kill you. But a sheep is actually, I think, like the only, besides the creature, but besides the main character, I think the sheep is like the only creature that would not die to the ice. I mean, I guess there probably is a couple of them, like Big Steve. Oh no, Big Steve can even die to it, I think, if it happens quick enough. Latali, check the code. The puzzle cannot spawn the greater treasure chest. Okay, well, I guess you guys' guesses were correct. That puzzle cannot spawn a great treasure chest. It is about shop time. Let me clear out this area and get to the Holy Mountain, then we'll be shopping. I want that broken wand. Let me just deal with our Firestone stuff first. Throw that there. Okay, how are we gonna do this? So our digging is trash. And so that means getting through this that way is gonna suck. How about the bubbles? Will the bubbles be friendly at all? They don't look like they want to be friendly. So we opened up a gap there. What we could do is get some like worm blood or just something to help us see in the dark. And then we could just go through this zone and get a heart. Sorry, I was just deleting some of the water. But for now, we'll leave the Firestone there, deleting some of the water. After a bit, it kind of idles and stops deleting water. But at least we have it in a position where if we want to use it, we can. Yesterday, I got a gold potion from a chest. How rare is that that one, judging from your experience? Don't think I got that flask before myself. I mean, it's a little bit rare. It's decently rare, but it's not that exciting. It used to be that it was pretty damn exciting. Well, I say that. There are some small things that are kind of exciting about that. So if you find a potion of gold, what would make it kind of exciting is that normally if you try to shift a potion of gold or a pouch, either one. Alright, focus up. Damn, that one was loud as hell, actually. That thing was loud as hell. If you try to shift these things, you're not going to get the shift that you want. It's very rare that if you shift anything gold, it's considered what the devs have labeled a greed shift, and almost never works. It just rejects it. It's like I forget the odds. I don't know why. Like my brain today is not doing any of the numbers well, but the odds are very, very low that you ever get a greed shift successfully. But finding it in a potion has significance. Because normally, if somebody told me right now, hey, I want you to do a greed shift, what I would do is I would go get a pouch, and then I would scoop up some of the gold dust, and I would try to shift it. Nothing crazy. But when you find a potion of it, what you can do is you can empty out some of the gold, and then instead put a little bit of lava inside this potion. The potion actually allows for reactions to take place. A pouch would not. Pouches aren't going to have these reactions take place. So you put a little bit of lava inside your gold flask, and it ends up making a liquid gold called molten gold. Now, molten gold is not considered a green material. So if you wanted to fungal shift it, it would have the same odds as any regular fungal shift, meaning it is significantly more likely that you can duplicate and add molten gold into your world. Well, once you've done this, you have liquid gold everywhere. You just need to solidify it, and then you have gold. So molten gold is the loophole to making your world filled with gold using fungal shifts without having to worry about the RNG of greed shifts. All right, I'll open the shop. I just thought it was interesting. I don't know. Somebody may be like, what's exciting about finding a gold potion? And it is both not exciting and kind of interesting at the same time. Molten gold is how nightmare runners abuse Mimikyu. Yeah, there you go. You could make a little bit of molten gold, drop that bad boy in the Mimikyu. There you go. Then you have easily an ocean of molten gold. From there, just have water nearby, and it turns it into regular gold. All right, I'm kind of tired of exploring the first zone, so there may have been more resources in today's daily in the first zone, but I didn't find them, apparently. I left some things behind, most likely. Uh-oh. I don't know if I accidentally clicked unfollow on Vex. What the fuck? My bad, Vex. I have this tab open because later somebody will probably ask questions about the run, which I guess I can quickly show right now. We're going to be visiting this distorted lands, as Vex calls it, and this is our goal of today's run. So essentially, if we can find this land in Noita, which apparently we're going to have to go to New Game +2 and go like 60 plus parallel worlds. Stop screaming, chat. This will be, you know what? I'm going to make you wait even longer for every scream. 1 hour for every scream. Okay, go on. Okay, there you go. I was gonna say, you got too quiet. Oh, too much screaming. You goddamn weebs. You nerds. Shut your mouth.
Damn, son.
I'm mute for a second. Yeah, essentially, we're going to be visiting this place that spawns lots of treasure chests and stuff, and basically just going to be doing a little bit of Noita science with it, because I have never gone to this. I've never gotten to this formation before with tons of treasure chests, and apparently there's some really goofy stuff with these deep parallel worlds and New Game Pluses that, I don't know, maybe it's intentional. It seems like it mainly just bugs out the world generation, and you end up getting some really, really weird looking stuff. But that's what we're visiting today, and we're going to abuse it to hopefully find a greater treasure chest. That is our goal. Read Latali? Oh, did Latali break something? What did he do? How dare he? What? You might not need to go so far in New Game +2. Find the frozen vault or overgrown next to one of the main biomes, which are tower biomes, and you should start to see chests as soon as they overlap. Ooh. Pro tips right there. New Game +2 is still the goal, but frozen vault or overgrown. Thank you for the tip, Latali. We'll definitely try that. What? Why? Mihoyo equals my hole in Spanish. What the fuck are you talking about? Where does this even come from? What's the conversation that we're having right now? I just drank some water, was talking about how water is good for you, and you're trying to teach me what my hole in Spanish is? They're the Genshin devs? Oh, okay. See, they left out that detail. I had no idea who the hell the Genshin devs were. Wait, the Genshin devs team name, their studio name in Spanish, if you were to translate it, is my hole? Is this accurate information, or are you guys lying to me? I don't know. I don't know what's happening, but I'm scared.
DunkOrSlam, which color is most common for you?
Which color's most common for me? Huh? What do you mean, which is most common for me? Piss? Your piss? Damn, some of you guys have some fucking dangerous looking piss. Yeah, I mean, you gotta get to like A doctor or some shit. I don't know, clear? I don't know, I haven't done a recent piss analysis. This one's kind of crazy. Let's just say I chose this wand. A little bit of acid. Just a little bit. Oh, shit. He actually got a shot off. That was an accident. I did not mean to get hit there. It was a little dangerous. Yeah, I don't think I'll be using this through the zone. Seems a little bit too acidy for me. There we go. We have created our own exit. Who needs the Holy Mountain exit? We have a better one. Yeah, so we're not going to be doing that. That's too dangerous. We could go with this one, though. This one, I do like this one. Has a freeze on it. I think we'll be happy with that. This is our digging wand, I guess, for now. And we will roll these perks, because, I mean, we could go with vampirism. It's pretty rare that I go with vampirism, but it's, I mean, it's not bad. These days, vampirism is better than it's, you know, than it's probably given credit for. In the early days, there's been patches that it was nice, but one of the last patches ever done in Noita a couple years ago added in Sea of Mimicium. Well, Sea of Mimicium allows you to take any material and make like an ocean of it. Well, you just make an ocean of blood, and then you have yourself infinite healing. But do I want to go through that trouble today? You got your first win with vampirism? I believe it. I believe it. It's especially something to consider whenever your health isn't that high, because it does take away a chunk of your health, but it means that you're not like, you know, when you find lots of hearts and then you take vampirism, it feels kind of bad because you lose, you know, some of that effort that you put into finding health. Chat saying roll it. Is it even that much trouble? Yeah, it's not even that much trouble, actually, because especially with chainsaws, you can usually find a good amount. Is the Mimicium patch really a couple years ago? I actually don't know when the last patch was. Let me look real fast. So...
Oh, I really wish you guys could see this guy right now. He is drenched.
I don't really count this right here, because this was, like, modding stuff. Little, like, air... Like, nothing that was actually, like, a... Nothing worth paying attention to, I guess. Yeah, I consider this the last real, like, that we had a content patch, which was April 2024, meaning that we're about 2 months away from it being 2 years, I guess. So I'm jumping the gun a little bit. But yes, this is the one where Sea of Mimicium was added. I believe it's this patch right here, yeah? Yes or no? First person to say, do I go the vampirism route? You want me to be a vampire? Vampire is ass elite. I don't even know what that means. Ass elite? Is that like a high quality ass? Sounds good. Test 60 says no. He does not want to see the vampirism route. Well, still, it's something to consider. I pass up on it all the time, so I just wanted to show that it is something that you should put thought into, because it can, if utilized well, it's pretty strong. It does slow down your run a bit, though. Greed, attract gold, fear by worms. I don't want to deal with any of that. Well, not my favorite rerolls. I'm about to sneeze. I can feel it. As an opener, going with more love feels bad because it just is not a strong start. But because today's run, we're going to be doing some crazy shit. Apparently, more love is really helpful. Sorry, I was snotted up for a moment. So if you ever go the more love route in a run, if you ever find yourself grabbing more love, that means you're planning to do a pretty significantly long run. Because more love on its own, one of them isn't going to be the most insane thing. You're not going to be like, oh my god, the run's so much easier now. But if you stack 4 of them, if I can get that same perk 4 times, when I grab the 4th one, all enemies, the game will turn kind of like into a sandbox mode where everything's pacifist towards me. Nothing is trying to kill me. Even polymages, just they'll look at me and they're like, he's cool. We're cool with that guy. And today's run, we're going to be doing stuff in New Game Plus and Parallel Worlds. And Vex was saying that he was running into polymages like crazy during it. So let's go ahead and just start our more love stacking. That way we don't have to worry about it later. So our goal will be to get four of these total by the end of this run. How come you never explain how more love works? Basically, sorry, I see some of you guys being like, oh, what the hell? More love makes it where it applies to the world, not necessarily your character specifically. It makes the world a little bit of a friendlier place. Things are less aggressive in general. By having more love, there's less volatility in your world. So one of the things that can be a bit scary in Noita is that you can have an enemy pick up a wand, not even looking at you, but may see another enemy as like their enemy. Like I'm gonna fight that guy, and they'll pick up a wand and they'll fire it. This can lead to you getting caught in the crossfire. And by grabbing more love, even if they pick up a wand, they are less likely to be aggressive towards each other. And as you grab more of these more loves, the aggression level in the world essentially goes down. Now, the negatives behind a more love is that sometimes you want to use something like a heart mage. And the heart mage, what you do is you have him attack you, and whenever he attacks you, you get the status effect. Because of having more love, in fact, I think only one of them really is all you need. Now the heart mage is not naturally aggressive towards me. I think all it takes is one. It may be that one gives it a chance, not a guarantee. Because there is variance with the more love. There's like, I think like at certain amounts of more love, sometimes this thing can be aggressive, sometimes not. But I know once you hit 4, there's not going to be any variance. All the enemies should be cool with us. It's just it's just 25% chance is what Twiz is saying. So one more love, apparently a 25% chance for a heart mage to not be aggressive towards us. So if we find one that is not aggressive towards us, you can either anger him by kicking him and he'll try to attack you just once. Or you could reload him, like walk away from him and walk back. What this does is the game will like lose track of what that current heart mage's like aggression towards you is, and it like re-rolls it. So now you would get another roll and a chance that maybe whenever you load him back in, he will be aggressive towards you. So the more loves you have, the less likely of them to even roll a chance of being aggressive. I have no idea at what point the heart mages are 100%. That may also be 4. It may be when you hit 4 of them that they're all cool with you. But the heart mages could be a bit earlier with like 2 or 3 for all I know. I just know that anytime you're doing that, 4 is always the goal. 4 more loves, and the world is filled with love. Can't wait for Dunk to bust his strat out in TI when a telemage isn't teleporting him when he has one more love. And that would be a rough one to do during TI. Like, let me walk far away, let me walk back, especially with a telemage that jumps around. Say would probably not work out. Chat would lose it if you mod restarted to reroll aggro. Oh man, they would definitely lose it. If you guys are curious what he means by that, is because you could also just close your game and reopen it. That counts as the same as like unloading and reloading an enemy. So you can walk far away and then walk back to reload them and possibly get a different aggression from the enemy. But also closing your game, reopen will give you the same result. Chat historically is not a fan of reload stuff. Ooh! Oh shit! That is an angry worm. There's a medium worm over there. So when you kill a big worm, there's a 50-50 chance he drops a heart, and looks like our 50-50 paid off. What happened to this worm, though? Wormy! Oh shit, oh shit, that's not, I do not want to be this close to him. Oh my god, oh my god. Whoa. Well, thankfully he didn't get a hold of me too much. Just a couple bites, just a couple tastes. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna jump to the next mountain. I'm gonna zoom over here. Say hi to Steve. Be very sad that the perks are not something that I want. Okay. Reed Miser, what's up? Chat would could complain, but act like you're above mod restarting during. Like, chat would complain, but don't act like you're above mod restarting during gameplay. So let me get this straight. I mod restarted one time 3 years ago, and you haven't let it go? Ignore the bald cat, by the way. That was forced upon me. I did not choose that life. Oh my. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I may have to do a restart real fast. It was bugged! It was bugged! That's not cheating. The thing was glitched inside my character. What are you talking about? I mean, look at it. Look at this thing. It literally glitched in my character, and then the buttons to like unstuck my character were getting kind of like fucked with because it was doing the emoting. Because that Noita together has that emote stuff. So I was trying to see, like, it was no. Yeah, see, that was a fair mod restart. All right, that was fair. I don't care what you guys say, you piece of shit. Chat, please don't forget to put on sunscreen when observing the light reflection on Dunk's head. What? Now explain to the people that don't know why we were upset. I mean, it was Noita together. I mean, it was just, you know... Chat got upset because they were like, oh my god, the God King Noita player, it can actually die. And then I got my character unstuck and survived, and they were really disappointed they didn't get to see the best Noita player that ever lived actually die in Noita. Because they felt like if I died in Noita, they could, you know, they'd find it relatable. Because the winning that I'm constantly doing, they find hard to relate to. Is that... Did I get it right, Airlix? Can you remind chat why you had a bald cap on? I was hacked. I lost one deathless month, and chat was just... talking shit, and they forced that bald cap on me. Me being an honorable streamer, I said, fine, I'll wear the bald cap, but... it's only because I'm an honorable streamer. This is why? I mean... oh my... this is missing so much context. This is missing so much context. That over... oh my... just... see, the thing is... have you ever played Hollow Knight? Hollow Knight, awesome game, cool adventures, all that kind of stuff. And there's something specifically that is very challenging in Hollow Knight. And in fact, a lot of the Hollow Knight players in the chat right now have never done it. And it's called Pantheon 5. It is the sweat fest of Hollow Knight. Well, I took on that challenge in Hollow Knight. I said, I will take on Pantheon 5. And I beat it. And it was rough. I was sweating. And I breathed this huge sigh of relief. Oh, hey! No, it's not cringe. I'm just giving context. I will mute your ass right now, chat. Hey, dude. fix the formation, but it coughed up nothing. Chat, shut your mouth! Oh, shit! Unlucky. No loot. Anyways, what were we talking about? Something about chat cheating, being scumbags. What was this again? Chat? What were we talking about? Something with your scummy noob behavior. Ooh, this is a bit of danger. No, don't. Yoink. Oh, Hollow Knight, Pantheon 5. So, Pantheon 5, this insane challenge in Hollow Knight, I decided to take it on, and I finally completed. And I'm so excited because it's like one of my proudest gaming achievements is beating Pantheon 5. I was like, holy shit. Of course, chat, whenever I get this amazing victory, wait about 2 seconds, they're like, okay, what game are we playing now? And I was like, I mean, I just completed Pantheon 5. I think that deserves a nice rest for the day. They obviously didn't accept that, and they were like, no, we do more stuff. We play Noita. And I was like, oh my god. So then I was like, fine, we'll play a little bit of Noita. And then that led to the clip that you saw, which is some bullshit because, I mean, chat took advantage of the fact that I was tired. They abused it. And then they forced me to wear a bald cap afterwards to shame me. How fucked up is that? How fucked up is that? Chad didn't glaze him enough and hurt his feelings. No. They were, it's like, listen, there's gaming fatigue. Have you ever done something in a game where afterwards you're like, whew, I mean, I've just been sitting in a chair all day, but I got to rest after that one. I broke out in a sweat. If you haven't, then you're not gaming correctly. I may do something with this, the cluster bolt, if we end up finding an egg trigger. Anything else in cluster bolt will just get us killed. Today's daily run, pretty decent so far. I wouldn't say OP, I mean, I guess early chainsaws is pretty nice. If we end up finding an early add mana, that's when we know we're out of control. Some more luminous drills. In fact, let's go ahead and put these in the ceiling so that if a mage comes by, he doesn't yoink it up and try to murder me. Oh shit. That is an Uko right there. In a... Damn, how was I not hearing any electricity leading up to this? That's crazy. Let's see what we have here. It is probably a good improvement. I mean, it is like double the mana, but then it doesn't have the always cast freeze, but still probably better. We'll see. I mean, surely we'll find something better in here anyways. Hey, Mr. Bald Streamer Man, can I borrow 2 brain cells? I'm trying to add Matter Eater to my Telly/Deadly Heal Wand. Is there a way except for Moo? Is there a way except for Moo? If you use add trigger, Matter Eater, and then a projectile, that does add the Matter Eater effect, and it doesn't use up charges. You have to make sure it has at least 1 charge. But if you set it up correctly, it should not be using up any charges. But then the issue then is you have to work around like the additional, is it cast delay or recharge? Whatever one it adds, you have to deal with that afterwards, which can be a little bit of a pain. You can use Gamma to cast the Moo after the wand refresh. But didn't he say he did not want to use a Moo? He said except Moo. As in like he didn't want to use the Moo. Matter Eater is just asset digging in general, though. Yes. Yeah, it's like one of those things that you really shouldn't be going out of your way to set it up. Because most of the time you're usually not going to be happy with the results. Not to say that it's impossible. But I feel like in the end, you're usually like, eh. What you tend to see players run more often is something with ground to sand. Right here. Ground to sand makes any hard, solid materials within the projectile's range turn into sand. And then they also make it where, like, the projectile it's attached to has like a kind of a burst to it, like a digging effect. So whenever you're shooting it like a telewand, you can be converting stuff to sand and shoving the sand out of the way, all like in the same move, which is kind of interesting. I usually don't recommend putting the digging wand and the telewand in the same build anyways, because that's when mistakes happen. That's when you end up flying directly into a poly flask. But some people love to have them on the same wand, so I'm not gonna say that it's wrong, because there are a lot of people that do it and they're very successful. But for me, the moment I do it, I end up getting myself killed. Nah, I doubt we'll be breaking the reroll machine today. I mean, we could. We're gonna be building a world telewand, so breaking the reroll machine after you have a world telewand is like super easy. So if you wanted, we could just real quickly break it just to be like, hey, look how fast and easy it is once everything's set up correctly. Ooh, hello there. Ow. If I shoot just over the edge. Fuck, man. Messing up my health bar. Oh, shit. We gotta back up. Oh. Hello. Oh. You drop down there. Screw it. I don't even want to deal with it. He's not that important. I need to open that treasure chest. This corner looks pretty lame. There's a bomb. Frog. Mushroom. Shred through everything right now. What is that? Oh, it just says potion. Anytime you see where it just says potion, it means that it is a mimic potion. So if you walk close enough to it, what'll happen is it will come to life. Hello, and then if you whenever you kill it, there's a 20% chance that it'll actually drop Sea of Mimicium, which could save you having to do the quest. So, hey, the 20% chance. Clutch. Vampirism would actually have been really nice today. You monster. It ended up being the right call, though. We killed him, and because of that, now we have just infinite of whatever material we want, or whatever liquid we need. Like ambrosia, see? See? Sea of Mimicium and ambrosia. Infinite ambrosia. No vampirism, no consume. God, you're just wanting to make this run as lame as possible, aren't you, Dunk? I asked chat if they wanted me to do vampirism. Test 60 selected no. Don't get angry with me. Don't you get spicy with me. There definitely was a wand upgrade, but I'm just too lazy. That one wand, we're just going to leave it behind. Grab that. Grab this heal. Another double. I do not like these perks very much. I mean, we could grab the repulsion sectors, not bad, but it's kind of annoying. Well, look at that. Wand Experimenter. And in the somewhat early game, meaning we should never have low health at any time. Glad I did not grab Vampirism. It would have been a waste. And here is already a wand upgrade. And then what we can do... So this wand right here, pretty good. And we can attach a Bloodlust if we want to it. It does add insane damage. Normally it would be dangerous though, because it can hurt the player. But since we have digging bolts and chainsaws, digging bolts and chainsaws don't live long enough to hurt the player. For something to hurt the player with the Bloodlust, it needs to be alive for like more than 4 frames or some shit. These die in like a frame. This should be a safe build. It's not exactly the most spammy build. Like, you're not going to be able to hold it down for like an hour or anything like that. But you can burst down enemies really quick and easy. So we will use it for now. Some people would not use it, not just because the danger, but mainly because if your damage hits a certain threshold, like if you're already insta-killing stuff, who cares about, you know, whether you're insta-killing them with 1,000 damage versus like 10,000 damage, that kind of stuff. It really doesn't matter. But in our case, we don't have such crazy damage that I'm like, we'll just run digging bolts and chainsaws. You could, but there will be a couple enemies in here that can tank for like a moment. Once you have the bloodlust on there, there's not even going to be a moment of tanking. They just die. Well, I guess maybe the worm could tank for a moment. He's one of the few. Can you extend lifetime of chainsaws to make it dangerous? Yep. You could put increased lifetime. There's some modifiers that increase the duration of like a chainsaw without you even really realizing it's happening. And a perfect example of this would be like the spiral arc. A projectile flies in a spiral pattern. This leads to your chainsaw. It increases the lifetime and actually kind of spirals a little bit. By having that on there, the spiral arc, yes, you do add damage, but that part is fine. But the added lifetime to the chainsaw with the bloodlust would be a very bad idea because it means you could get yourself killed. So if I had a spiral, I probably just would not run the bloodlust and just run just the spiral on there. The additional +3 damage and the increase in lifetime. Blue-eyed, are you drunk or am I crazy? Hey, what's up, Ionic? Ionic, I saw the Dota 2 screenshot you sent me the other day. I saw you get carried by that Shadow Shaman. I saw that shit. No, actually, I don't know what the hell that Shadow Shaman was doing in your game. He looked like he was a crazy Shadow Shaman player. He was a mid, though, so I respect it. I respect that guy. Oh, shit. The worm just brought a heart to us. What a nice guy. Remember, I have one experimenter. I picked up a heart, and so what we do, just take our new wand that we found, fire it a little bit, boom, we're healed up. Oh, dude, he was a mental patient. Tilted out with Midas, but I figured the game was insane enough. Yeah, I saw that mid shaman with Midas, and he ended up going Ags later. I'm hoping that was from a Rosh kill. So if he built that straight up, put that boy in an asylum. He's gone full crazy. What KS your favorite non-unique wand sprite? I'm a fan of the Big Orange Club personally. A favorite non-unique wand sprite? I don't know. I really don't have one that stands out. I mean, I like a lot of the super late game wands just look cool because they're like this massive non-shuffle wands. Well, even the shuffles sometimes look badass. The problem is I feel like the coolest looking wands are usually some of the worst wands. For example, if it has like the little trident look, that means like you have like that multicast shit. And a lot of times it's not fun to work around those multicast things. It's like kind of frustrating. Except for of course, the tower wand, the one of multitudes, but you said what do you call them? The consistent sprite ones, the questing ones. You're like this wand sprite, that's one of your favorites? Yeah, it's one of those that when you see you're like, oh, usually a pretty consistently helpful wand. That's a lame shop. What was the deer spell? The spell right here? It's a deer that when you cast it, walks around a little bit, and then if it gets near an enemy, it like explodes. It's an exploding deer. That's why it's called the deer koi. The main use that if you see players grab it, most of the time, not 100%, but most of the time, they're grabbing it for the purpose of, like, so whenever the deer dies, it's considered an innocent creature, even though it's an exploding deer, which is kind of weird, but it's considered an innocent creature. So you can summon in those deer, like kill the deer koi, that spell, like you're summoning in like 30 of them. And after a certain amount of innocent creatures die in Noita, there's a boss that appears on an island, the deer boss. And so people use the deer spell to get enough innocent creature kills so that that one boss will actually appear. Probably most consistently used for that. And feeding the sun. The deer, I think it was the deer koi when you're feeding it the sun is kind of tricky. I believe it maybe it's summon rock spirits. One of them is really a pain in the ass to feed to the sun. Usually the eggs are the way to go. some spitter timers if we wanted to go that route. Looks like there's a worm on the loose. And he did not give us anything nice. Alright, let's drink some of this worm blood. We're drinking the worm blood. This way we can see in the dark. And then with this ability to see in the dark, we're going to be heading over to the far left side. Oh my goodness. I don't know if more love just saved me there, but I am shocked that did not try to kill me. These guys right here can be used for infinite heals. I would have to have a heal bolt though to make that happen. We'll let it be for now just in case. Oh shit. No, 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 don't grab that. Fuck it, I'm just gonna jump in here. Ooh. There we go. And then we take this. So normally this area is dark. You can't see very well. And that's also, you know, a very dangerous thing about it. But because we drank the worm blood, we're able to see what's going on in here. And this can help us keep things under control. That's another one of the guys that can copy spells that we can use for infinite heals if we would like to. The bad thing about seeing so many of them, that's the third one we've seen, is I believe they're in the same spawning pool as the as the guy that we're looking for in here, which is a heart mage. Oh my god. I let the nullifying mage hit me. Ooh, that guy's dangerous. Let's not yeah, all these other mages that you see, it's like frustrating. Because you're like, damn it, they could have been a heart mage. Alright, where are you going? I need to get rid of that. Oh! I mean, there are some ball lightnings. Ball lightning can kill the Alchemist pretty well. I'm not seeing any heart mages in here, which is not a surprise because we saw so many other mages. We saw 4 other mages, but not a heart mage. Oh, is that 2 heart mages stacked on top of each other? I think it is. It looks like 2. It is 2. Nice. Come this way, heart mage. He's coming. We could give him our Telly wand to get him closer if we would like to. Oh shit, did not mean to let that one hit me. Alright, so we have some heart mages. That's perfect. So then we have the orb here with the heart inside of it. Kind of hard to see right now because of the wormy vision. Want to make sure there's no nearby enemies that could kind of disrupt things. I don't trust them. There's so many mages in this spawn. It's wild. Oh, there's an enemy. Leave none of them around. Nobody's messing with us during this. Okay. So then what we're going to do is our health is currently at 295. Right? That's our maximum health. So I'm going to put some ambrosia on me. I'm going to stand here. And I let these guys hit me until my health bar drops under 10. So it's, there you go. Now it's under 10. So what that means is I pick this up, put a little more ambrosia on. Hell, I can even fire this to heal up. So now I'm full health. And then we let these expire. And as they expire, that one heart that I grabbed, for every heart mage stack that we had, it will double the value of the heart. So for example, if you have 1 heart mage stack, meaning that status effect that he hit us with, that's 1 stack of it. So whenever it expires, the heart that is worth 25 doubles into 50 from 1 stack. 2 stacks, meaning like 2 status effects, takes it from 25 to 50, then 50 to 100. So the more stacks you have, it will grow and grow, and you can get some insane health. Now, we don't need to go that hardcore in this run, I would like a, you know, maybe a little bit more along the way, but that should be enough to keep us. We get moved forward pretty quickly now, and poly starts to become our main fear. Not entirely yet. Electricity's still a big problem. Melee, frozen melee. But we're getting into a better place. Forgot the swapper wand. Yeah, I only had that one just because I was considering it, but then I saw this one and I was like, you know what? I'll probably get more use. I guess the swapper could be useful if we end up doing that for our world tele wand, so we do need to start planning around that. I'll remember that the swapper is over there, though. We also had a homebringer, though, that we left on the ground near the bottom. And, oh, there's the deer spell, so if we ran the swapper deer. Actually, swapper and deer already. Let me look at those world tele wands real fast. Which one are we going to want to deal with? I mean, let's focus on making it for New Game Plus. Who cares about the regular setup, I guess. I feel like the swapper... Oh, this one we actually have a couple. Swapper, deer, and we have the bloodlust. Though the explosive detonator... It's a little scary. Having those two already speeds us up a ton. So, Latali, do you think because I have swapper deer versus... we do also have a homebringer already as well. Do you think it's still faster to do the swapper deer setup? Is it because a lot of these... In the delayed spellcast, probably don't want to have to hunt for that one. This one always seems like it's like the easiest. I like that one. You can just replace the inner homebringer with a deer swapper in this exact build. Like you just take this out and just do deer swapper, you're saying? Oh, yep. I'll try that. I like this idea. All right, we'll go grab the deer. We'll grab the swapper. We'll grab the homebringer as well, just so that we can try out maybe both variants potentially. We haven't seen a speed up yet. We're going to have to find phasing, find this somewhere else, find that. I'm not too worried about that stuff. Orb timer. All right. So... it looks like we're going to probably lean towards this one, and then Chad is saying we could try to swap out this, and we'll see what kind of luck we have with the different payloads, or whatever the hell you want to call it. First things first, let's get our wands prepped. Alright, so toss that. We go get the deer spell, which I think I left in the shop. Hold on. The shop that was over here somewhere. The shop was on the right side of the biome, like midway down. So I thought I kind of covered that area, but we'll see. Yeah, see, I'm getting... Oh, wait. There we go. Yep, it's far right and then in the middle. Here's the deer. All right. We got that in place. It's been a long time since I ran a swapper deer, I feel like. All the builds lately I've done is homebringer setups. The concept of the swapper deer wand was, I think, the first iterations of the world tele wand, if I remember correctly. I think that was mainly because Inner Spell didn't exist back whenever the first homebringer, or the first world tele wands were built. Which I think Inner Spell is like crucial for a lot of the homebringer setups. I think like all of the homebringer setups. The first version should still be on the wiki. Do you have a link to it? I would like to see. I want to see the very first world tele wand. It's been a long time. I can remember people though in the chat linking it. They're like, "Did you see this build?" And I was like, "What is it?" And then I was like, "What the fuck? A parallel world in a single click." It was awesome. All right, so we jump into the portal. So we grab. Now we have our swapper, and we have the deer. Perfect. I'll put that up for now. Actually, we have this, which is also really good for killing the Alchemist. Oh, wait, is this it? Let's see. Okay, so it was a homebringer. For some reason, I was thinking it was a swapper. Maybe it's because my first wand that I ever built, I think, was a swapper with a deer. At least it was during one of my event runs. I remember because like the concept is you're pretty much spawning. A deer is born in a parallel world, and then you're swapping places with it, and it immediately kills it, which is pretty funny. Pretty fucked up though. Yeah, this is. I can't even remember this build that well. I'm sure we built it at some point, trying out Kali's craziness. Look, outdated by today's standards, preserved for historic purposes. Nice. Yeah, Latali says there's lots of extra stuff in there, but it's part of history. Yep, this is Noita history right here. This is the caveman's first world telewand. Ooh, add mana's in play. So that means we should be able to work with any non-shuffles, just about. Oh shit, and then we have no more shuffle. Yeah, let's do that. No more shuffle. That makes it so that this wand here, we don't even need to wrap it, I know, but hold up. I think if we go one frame, I kind of want to remove the bloodlust for now, just so that I don't have to deal with the recoil. Because if I have this on there, whenever I shoot it, like throws my character back because it's shooting so fast, and the damage is really unnecessary at this point. Just wanted to come in, been watching your YouTube videos and enjoying the content. So nice to see you live. Hey, what's up there, Azduel? Appreciate you checking out the YouTube vids. Thank you, man. We are just on a Noita adventure right now. In fact, we're going to be doing some world tellying later in this run. And the concept, well, you know, I always forget world telly stuff because, yeah, I go like many months without building a single world telly wand. So then whenever I build it again, Chad has to remind me of stuff. So we'll be probably walking through the world telly wand again today, as I got to refresh my memory. But the general concept will be that we are going to cast a deer, like so. Adorable little deer. And then... no Magikarp, damn it! And then, when this deer is far away, if I hit it with a swapper spell... okay, I forgot I gotta put the bloodlust on the deer? Or, oh no wait, on the swapper. Yeah, there we go. So, the deer naturally doesn't get hit by the swapper spell. Like, it's, I guess, considered an innocent creature. Or just like the player doesn't, you know, get hit. So then you have to add the bloodlust, because the bloodlust makes a projectile interact with the player. That's how you can hurt yourself, but that also applies to the deer. So then we can... imagine we summon this deer in a parallel world, and then we hit it with this swapper and swap ourselves into that position. That's the general concept. We're going to spawn this deer. Potentially, you could do many parallel worlds away. You could jump 100 parallel worlds in like a single jump, as long as you can spawn this deer in that position and then hit it with the swapper. There's a couple different things we could do right now, but it's probably not worth overthinking it. It's like, just go ahead and move forward, and then afterwards we'll decide on what we're going to do with what we've got. Do you ever watch baseball? Not really. You know, I like sports in general, just like as a general statement. So if like the World Series is going on or just something eventful and it's significant, I'll tune in and I enjoy it. But I'm definitely not like an active, you know, keeping up with the teams and everything. Like whenever the Texas Rangers are in like the playoffs, I'll be like, all right, time to watch some baseball. I haven't watched in a couple years. I watched, I think it was the last World Series, but that was because it was like a historic World Series, if I remember correctly. They went to like a record, am I remember this correctly? Was this last year? They went to like a record amount of like extra innings or some shit. 18 innings, yeah, okay. So I tuned in for that on like when it hit like inning 14 or 15 because my brother is like a diehard sports fan of like just general, like even when the Olympics are going on, he's watching like fucking archery and shit. He doesn't give a shit what it is. He just loves sports in general. When I was a little kid, I always loved watching cartoons. That's pretty normal little kid behavior, I would imagine. My brother, on the other hand, he always wanted to watch ESPN, and it drove me crazy because,
I really wish
you
guys
know,
could see this guy right now.
we had
He
one
is
TV,
launched in
and
sweat.
one of us is wanting to watch, you know, SpongeBob, or actually, when I was really little, SpongeBob didn't even exist. I would be watching like Hey Arnold or Rocket Power or Cat Dog, and he would just like, because he was you know, about 2.5, 3 years older than me. He would come in and be like, you know, take the controller and then flip it to ESPN. Keep in mind, he's also in elementary school. We're both in elementary school, but just he was, for some reason, had that mentality. Like, I always think of somebody sitting there watching ESPN as like an adult man, but no, he was doing it since he was a little kid. And because of that, I did get like more, you know, interested in sports, so that now, like, when I hear stuff's going on, I do like to tune in and see what's going on. When you were little, TV was in black and white. No, what the hell? How old do you think I was? Fucking born in '89. It's not black and white. I'm 89 too. I feel like I need help getting out of bed sometimes. What? No, don't say that. Don't say that. We are young. I'm in my prime, baby. Still has his original powdered wig from the signing of the Bill of Rights. Your guys' concept of time is completely fucked. Right now, what I'm trying to do in this current run is I need to get to the bottom right of this hiisi base, because in the bottom right, there is going to be an anvil, and this anvil is almost certainly going to give us some decent loots, because... Oh, double healer? Really?
Prime? Like Amazon Prime? Remember, chat, Bezos likes to give his dollars away for free. If you got some Bezos bucks, you should use them.
That was the most healer behavior I've ever seen in my life. So the healers are chilling, everything's fine, but I have to get rid of this damn machine. Of course, oil just pumps out everywhere from both the machines. The healers, with their, you know, amazing survival instincts, huddle around the nearest explosive and immediately die. Wow. I mean, only Nala could program such advanced AI suicidal behavior. It is impressive. How do they do it? Still remember the good old days fishing in the Mesopotamian waterways? Okay. What the fuck? You guys are losing your goddamn mind. I think it's anime that caused you guys to lose your concepts of time. Started hearing about like 10,000-year-old magical wizard girls that have been alive, you know, for way too long, and yet somehow look like a child. And then you guys look at me and you're like, he looks like a young lad. Clearly he's also been alive for 1 billion years. Pretty sure that's what happened. Okay, so we do have accelerating. Broken one in here. Some tentacle timer. Potentially be something we bust out. Alright, acceleration. You're good to go. Looks like we're having to go some Lumi drills. Fine, that's good enough. So there's still another wand over there I'm going to go pick back up. But before we do that, we're going to check the shop. Oh, shit. This is why we stacked our health up, so that we can play a little bit loose and aggressive, so we can focus on the task at hand. Which, remember, our task today is to find a naturally spawning greater chest, and not one that the Leviathan drops or anything like that. Like, we have to explore the world and find a greater treasure chest. So a world telly wand is very necessary. Apparently there's a tactic to finding tons of chests in New Game Plus by going many parallel worlds in New Game Plus. So that's my main goal right now. That's what I'm getting ready for. New Game Plus Parallel Worlds. I think I just killed a healer. Whoops. Nothing that I need in there, I don't think. I don't have any telly on me at the moment. We got some fish right there. If we want to set up a healer station, which I don't think should be necessary. The reason we're getting so much blood and oil and all that crap everywhere is you got to remember that when you're running chainsaw and digging bolts, things like that, mainly the chainsaw I think makes them bleed more than digging bolt does. But yeah, certain projectiles cause enemies to bleed more or less, and chainsaws are definitely in the more category. Yeah, we're getting lots of bullshit. Kick the tank. Healer's gonna want to heal him. Price again. You! Get down there. And then this. Is that because of the damage type? I guess I never really thought about it that way, but no, I'm pretty sure damage type is not the factor. I think it's a straight up component on the spells themselves, like a bleed effect, because there are some modifiers that also make them bleed more, which I think the Bloodlust is one of them, and it also makes them makes enemies bleed more. I know I think it's damage plus and heavy shot cause enemies to bleed more. So if it was damage type specifically, then damage plus is specifically, specifically projectile damage, and that would mean it applies to spark bolts and all the other stuff. So I don't know. I don't know the deep details of the bleeding effect. I know we've kind of went down the rabbit hole before and discussed how like certain spells cause enemies to bleed more or less. I guess I never really thought about the details of why, but I know that while chainsaw is slice damage, I think well, saw blades also have slice damage, and I don't think the regular saw blades cause them to bleed that much. Oh my god. But Omega saw blades do. And they are slice damage as well. Ooh, light shot. And all the way back here. And I just realized that I did want that light shot. Here, we'll do this for now. We know the light shot is in here. I don't need it immediately. And then we'll jump into here. We gotta run over here. There's gonna be... Oh, shit. Actually, got a good hit on me. Oil Blood has fire immunity. I think we're gonna be going for that. I'm pretty sure. Can you please explain why you put double and triple spell after the laser spell? I'm gonna assume that could be bait. But I don't know because it's from a new guy. What's up there? Gola? Yo. Essentially, whenever I put down like multicast and stuff, what I'm doing is like, it's called spell wrapping. People like to joke about it.
Lost brain cells a lot.
Chat likes to meme it up a little bit with this, so that's why it's hard to know who's being like serious when they ask the question. All right, chat, you gotta chill for a moment. I love that we've conditioned a dunk to be in a state of paranoia anytime somebody new asks. It's more like I try to explain in such a way that you guys don't get as triggered, because sometimes when I go to explain it, people get upset. They're like, no, no, no. Some people hate the new guys finding out about how certain mechanics work, because they remember when they were a new guy and didn't know, and for some reason they want to make sure other people stay in that state forever. So the Luminous Drill, in this scenario, there's only one of them on the wand, and when I cast it, it has like a stutter to the wand, you know, doot, 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 doot. But if I were to have two of them, it would be a lot smoother. So if I have two of, like, look at this. Versus... But let's say that I didn't have the second Luminous Drill, but I still wanted that smoother effect. That's where the wrapping comes into place. So essentially, you're just putting... You're putting something after the Luminous Drill that needs to attach to a spell. So for example, a double spell is looking to grab a projectile. You don't have to use a double spell though, you could use a modifier. Freeze charge. Freeze charge needs to attach to a spell. And because there is no spell after it, what it does is it actually reaches to the front of the wand and grabs it and places it here. So by putting these modifiers there, you take it from going slow, put this here. Now it's going faster. It thinks that there is one luminous drill, and then it thinks there's a second luminous drill with freeze charge. This is how the wand is firing whenever you put it like that. It's called spell wrapping. If you really want to dive into it, you can type !chainsaw in the chat. It links a video where I go into kind of a deep dive on how to use chainsaws to pretty much do this whole spell wrapping thing. All right, where were we? What were we doing? Okay, we're going into the jungle. So freeze is going to give value. Put that there. Toss this. Move this. Fire immunity today seems like a big deal to have. I'm trying to think if there's any reason I don't want it. No, we don't need item radar. Dark Souls wrapping. We shouldn't need item radar because if we're spawning a ton of chests to see 100 of the blue diamonds, it would look so cool. Hold up. I want to see 1 trillion dots. How about this? We grab the fire immunity for now, and then whenever we have the World Tele wand, we'll get the item radar afterwards. All right? All right. Hopefully you accept this. I also never grabbed the Homebringer, but we got to remember that there's one here in case we need it as an alternative. Does triple cast after the laser, wrapping it 3 times or once? Real question. No, it's still just, it doesn't allow it to just keep looping. It doesn't like wrap. No, it just one time. This is, whether I have the one double here or these here, it does the same amount of wrapping. The only reason I tend to put it there is because if I fire this wand right now, you'll notice that my mana pool is looking pretty great. So I figured, oh well, I can use this for storage and just kind of put these extra spells there. It adds a little bit extra mana cost, but I'm mainly trying to save space. As long as my wand still functions okay, I'm like, put them there. Chat, what I'm about to show you, Daijin has decided to send himself personally into the Shadow Realm so that chatters will never read his message again. And to go out into a just, I guess, ball of fire. He's basically what I'm saying. He's gone on a suicide mission here to make sure that everybody as a community agrees to never read his messages again. Are you ready to see it? Are you ready to see the message that Shadow Realmed fucking... You're not ready? 1060 says no. You're ready? I don't think you're actually ready.
Maybe.
Degenerates like you belong on a cross.
Smash. Smash.
All right. So now, we as a community have all agreed we don't read Daijin's messages at all anymore, right? We're all in agreement? We just pretend he's not here. It's for the best. I wasn't ready. No amount of prep could have helped. I'm sorry, Tika. I'm sorry. Please don't regret your support. Deer needs an expiration trigger that dies in a specific way. The section Deer Swapper has most of the options. Deer Swapper. So as long as we have the unstable crystal with trigger, Swapper in the deer. Do we need the damage plus? I don't know about that. Then... and we swap out the Inner Spell and the Homebringer, which we may even end up using this. All we need is the Inner Spell. We already have the Homebringer. We swap in those 3, and then it's good to go. All right, we need to find Black Hole would be damn nice. Also, we got to keep in mind the other ingredients that we're missing for the World Tele Wand. So while I'm looking around, try to help me remember that we need orb timer, linear arc. All these others will get down in hell. Phasing is one that we need, and speed up. Phasing is not in hell, right? Can you click that and it just... what is it? What's the tiers that it's in again? No, okay, it's not in hell. It's in Summon Taikasauva, maybe? I don't remember. So phasing, speed up, orb timer. That's the main ones I gotta look out for. Hell if in tier 10, Taikasauva if tier 2. Oh. This. There's lightning. I don't know. It was one of the alternatives that he listed, but I doubt it will need it that much. But we'll find out. Hell if you're a pussy, heaven if you're a god gamer. That's bait. That is bait. Ducks with homing. Let me think for a moment. No, I don't think we need to do any ducks builds. Shouldn't be necessary. The new game +2 means that the enemies are going to be pretty tanky. So we actually need to have a bit of damage, but once we have the World Tele Wand, getting damage I don't think is going to be an issue. Classic. Remember, wand homing, the reason it's easy to not get your hopes up for it whenever it's on a wand is that Summon Taikasauva can never be on a wand like this. Unless it's an always cast, but it never just is sitting on the wand. But the accelerated homing, it's kind of tempting. Oh, it can't even spawn as an always cast? Only the always cast from the perk. Oh, only from the perk. So it basically just means never get your hopes up. Could use that for killing the Alchemist. I usually don't go glancing around in here, but for some reason I was like, maybe a black hole in here? Maybe? Could save us a bit of time. It's not like the most necessary thing ever, but it's just nice if it would show up. There's a heal. There is a heal. I will swap that.
Dunk, I beg, this is important. Check this for 3D Noita, WIP. I gotta go back to work in 20 minutes.
What this must have popped up in your guys' like recommended, because yeah, I've been linked that probably like 20 times in the past couple days. It's pretty cool. Yeah, we actually watched the original where he was the person, the devs were talking about their project trying to make a, you know, voxels Noita-ish kind of engine, and it's definitely in the really early stages, but then they made that update video in the last like week, and then people have been linking it like all over the place. But yeah, I'm excited to see what happens with it. Just gotta wait and see. More swappers, spiral. We'll grab this because we may end up going music notes just to make sure that we have damage on the enemies in the New Game Plus area. Nothing else that I really want here. In fact, I don't want to reroll either because I don't want to push the reroll machine up too high because we might goof around with that in a little bit. So we'll just leave that there for now. Noob question: is summon lightning affected by homing / ping pong? Homing, yeah, it does not. Wait, ping pong I think does affect lightning, but it doesn't affect it like in a ping ponging fashion.
Heavily invested in this because I want it, but I'm too skill issued to make it myself. React, Andy.
Oh, you're talking about that. No, I got you. No, I mean it could be a while though. You gotta remember projects like that. There, Ketsu take a long time, so we'll have to wait and see. But you know, I'm just glad to see that there's more game devs out there that are inspired by games like Noita and are trying to make something that as a result of it. Obviously, it'd be very different than Noita because it's a 3D game, but still, Noita has like some, you know, a game dev that I feel has played Noita, their brain has like unlocked a new level of creativity. So I like to see what those guys are cooking up. Wait, there's something I was about to say about... Oh, I think ping pong on lightning makes it shoot further, if I remember correctly, because the extra lifetime... something about ping pong I feel like does affect it. But it's not like... It'd be cool if the lightning like did some kind of ping pong effect, but I don't think it does anything like that. Anything that increases lifetime on lightning makes it go much further. Okay, yeah, so I think that's the result of the ping pong. Hopefully we'll get like Tinker. That would save us a bit of time. Energy orb, not orb timer like we needed though. Oh, that's not my brightest move right there. Just shove my head into an electrified piece of steel. Another homing. That's actually a better one. Reduce lifetime. Okay, okay. Hey, Tinker! Just what we were hoping for. Showed up right in time. Because we're about to be going around adventuring. Here's what we can do. We could make this... Then we're going to go ahead and throw on the quad. So 4, so it's a 7 cast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I miscounted because, you know... Oh, wait, because we did one framing it before. Oh, this... Hold on, what am I doing? What am I doing? 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm doing the opposite of what I'm supposed to do. 1, 2... Okay, there we go. And... Got that right where it needs to be. I just didn't put the chainsaw at the end. I had the spark bolt in the last spot. A spitter, you go out. Ball lightning is still here. This is still here. Reduced lifetime is interesting, but we're not going to be able to use it right away. No spiral on the damage wand, because the problem is by putting the spiral on there, it actually can slow down the digging of my digging bolt, and I use this to dig very quickly. Later on for damage, we will use the spiral. Senior wrinkles. At the wrinkles, my brain is wrinkling right now, trying to decide on how we're going to go about this. Let's just head back up since I already have everything else I need besides black hole. All right. We got that. We're going to go ahead and heal. And I guess since we have the Tinker with wands, we should keep our inventory full of wands in case we need it for, you know, extra storage space, whatever. Why not use Matter Eater to dig into Holy Mountain? We could, actually. You aren't wrong. It would be faster if we get... What projectile? Probably the bubbles with Matter Eater would have been... the best digging that we would have had right now, wouldn't it? Okay, so you're saying Matter Eater, and then... Shit, we gotta get a way to make it infinite. But this'll do over what we have right now, won't it? We'll take it over this slow-ass luminous drill digging. It's important you watch which spells you're attaching Matter Eater to, because if the spell travels too fast, Matter Eater looks like it's like extra garbage. In fact, Matter Eater probably would be one of the more popular spells in Noita if it wasn't for the fact that they made Matter Eater not work on Cursed Rock. This one thing kind of just really fucked it over. I mean, it's not, you know, I'm using it right now, so obviously it still has its uses. But in general, people don't want to plan for a late game digging wand that cannot dig Cursed Rock. Kind of a... It's a pretty big issue in the late game because you're digging through Cursed Rock all the time and... You're like, oh, my digging wand's amazing, except for when I hit Cursed Rock, and then I have to swap to a second digging wand. It would just be so silly. Let's go double trigger into, I don't know, throw this, that. Why not? How does this look? Very explosive. I like it. Even though I wasted a lot of my charges. For fun. But... Matter Eater is based for damage weapons. That's yeah, it can be pretty cool. Like whenever you're shooting like a music note wand, the matter eater is just tearing through the world. But the issue there is that you may accidentally break some like polymorphine or some shit, and it comes pouring down on your head, and you're like, oh crap, what have I done? Where am I right now? I don't know. Oh, whoops! Damn it! See, even this is too close to the wall. We need to have at least 5 orbs, because you cannot go to New Game Plus until you have 5 orbs, so we're only at 3. We'll gather 2 more soon. We just passed one of them. I just wanted to grab the one that I knew for sure where it was as I was moving by it. Alright, all my electricity build is set up, so we just shoot it into the crotch of the enemy.
No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not an instrument.
Mayonnaise is not an instrument. I guess we'll just grab everything. Why are you going to New Game Plus? Apparently if we go to New Game Plus 2 and then start to head a crazy amount of parallel worlds, we can actually find a parallel world that that has tons of treasure chests. It's like you're kind of glitching out the way the world is built in New Game Pluses, and it starts to get built in such a way that just spams treasure chests. And you can do this not just with treasure chests. Apparently the music boxes are another item that can kind of get spammed in with how the world generates and is pieced together. So for example, this right here, Vex had showed us the clip, but it was from Lim in the community. Actually went to a world in the New Game Pluses that had this music box, or just a music box, but like 40 of them on the screen at once. They're just laying all over the place. It's because the world gen starts to really freak out and do some weird thing in the New Game Plus parallel worlds. So let's real quick though, the reason we went to the music box is I need to play the songs for the key. We killed the Alchemist, we got the key. Play one of the songs for it. That would make the 100% progress run doable again with the mimics, wouldn't it? Theoretically, yeah. Theoretically, it could be the thing that revives the 100% run. What's the other issues with the 100% run? Well, the infinite chest rain acted as like a really great resource for soaking up spells and everything as well. So now that there is a ton of chests, I wonder if there's like a utility box equivalent, but even that is not 100% necessary. I just remember thinking it was nice. Remember to kill the meat boss? Yes, the meat boss. In fact, I'll do that in just a second so I don't forget. Let's grab this. Alright, this is the pyramid boss. Come on, man. That's kind of a crazy wand. Do I want to deal with it though right now? Not really. Wow, look at the drops. Not even a single copy random. I was going to use the copy random on the matter eater, but it doesn't really matter that much since we have Greek letters. We could just use that anyways. Doing a quick glance around for the remaining resources. Soon we'll be going to hell to look for what they have down there. But a black hole would make me very happy right now. Where are you going? To the core of the world? Well, right now we're gathering up some resources so that we can actually jump between parallel worlds in a single click. Like, if you were to walk there just regularly on foot, like let's say you were just levitating, or just levitating like this, right? Let's say you were just to travel like this to a parallel world. Takes a little while to get there. Maybe like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, depending on where you're going in the parallel world, I guess. But where we're going to, if you were to just levitate there, just kind of like run to the parallel world, would probably take us like 7 hours or some shit if we were to walk there. But we're gonna build a wand that should be able to take us to the spot in like 5 minutes. But the setup takes a while to get it all prepared. It's the ability to travel in faraway worlds in a single moment rather than having to walk there on foot. Both Frozen Vault and Meat Realm just override spawn items. Wait. Both Frozen Vault and Meat Realm just override spawn items to spawn utility boxes. No overlap at all with those. Oh, really? Don't think you can get utility boxes from overlap is what I'm saying. Oh. No utility box spam, Sag. Still lacking that black hole. Alright, Matter Eater. Go with the moo on here. There we go. Will there be TI today? I don't know. It really it depends on how long it takes to accomplish our goal. Or goals, plural, if we want to do other stuff for fun. Right now, we're just enjoying the adventure. Oh, look at that. There we go, finally. So I no longer need Matter Eater or this orb setup. Bingo, Tau, Black Hole, Acceleration, and actually use up these charges real quick. Spiral can now go onto our damage wand. Also the freeze probably doesn't need to be on there. Freeze, we're going to end up moving to the black hole because we're going to be using that to go to hell in just a bit. Alright, so since we have a good black hole wand, and I know where I left one of my good digging spells, or speed up spells, so don't worry, I'll get that in a bit. But we zoom up here. Wait, where did I go exactly? There we go. Alright. What's left to do for us? So we have to collect up some gold. Gold's important to have because we're going to be traveling with parallel worlds, goofing around and stuff. So just having extra gold's not a bad idea. We're going to head to Hell. Hell is going to have lots of very useful spells for building our World Tele Wand. Tons of great stuff. The issue is they're really expensive, so having the gold will be very helpful there. While we're collecting the gold, I see chat is pretending to be asleep. Pretending. So let's let him help. Let's help him get a good night's rest with some DunkTales. There we go.
Lurking in this sweaty cave here in Dunkville. Moist mobs, monsters, swapper mages. It's a dunk thrill. Might get a victory. It's Daniel wins through DunkTales. Ooh. Every night he's out there screaming DunkTales. Ooh. Tales of glory, crouches when skill prevails. Ooh. Danger ways will find you. Virtuous emotes will find you. Punch a gun and slide into some DunkTales.
Crank that shit!
Let's take a spin, might get a win on DunkTales. Ooh. Tales of a legend, all jokes and good dunk spells. Ooh. Not gamble fails, all fam on snails, no DunkTales. Ooh.
There you go. There's our DMCA free version of DunkTales. And it was actually created by one of our community members, Shankmo. Shankmo literally hired some musicians to make it happen. It's not AI, it is all real peeps that made that. And he made it for the purpose of us being able to play, because we used to play DunkTales all the time, but we had issues with DMCA stuff and copyright strikes. And now we have our DMCA free version right there. Keeping us safe from content creator jail. Funny how nowadays you need to say it as an AI. True, true. Because everybody just assumes, especially when it comes to music stuff, that's kind of like a little bit meme. They just assume it's AI because AI is easy, you know, to meme it up with. Did you finish the music boxes? No, I have one more left over in the desert. I forgot to play it. I should have did it before I came up here so I could just instantly unlock the chest, but I got to do that one more. Let me grab a tissue real quick too. Alrighty, then we run down here. I forgot to play the last music box, which is right here. So we place the key down. The key has taken in the full song. So once we have the full song, we take the key over to this chest right here. Open it. Aw, we only got one of the divide bys. I was hoping that we could, because it gives you 3 spells, and the pool that it gives you the 3 spells from is pretty small. So if you're looking for divide bys, usually you can get some pretty useful, like you'll probably get what you're looking for, which I guess we got something is better than nothing. So we got one of the divide by 3s. We still need another divide by 3, a divide by 4, and 2. So 2, 3, 4, one of each is what we lack. Then we'll grab an add trigger as well. And then a Summon Taikasauva could help us with, I think, everything else. Oh, we need the inner spell. And the refresh. A little bit of everything, man. Got some stuff to collect. Yeah, and Hell's where we're going to get the rest. The only reason I do that quest is because, you know, we're already moving across the whole surface area, so why not just do that one little quest? Just takes a moment, saves you potentially, like, you know, that spell would have cost me like 30,000 gold. Oh, the Meat Realm boss is right over here. I have to go to bed now. I put up bullet points and tricks like this to keep you on track because I do not trust you without somebody to properly guide you. If you take note of what I put in there, you'll succeed, assuming you don't throw. Good night, Vex. Appreciate you putting some backup information in case anything goes crazy. Hopefully we are able to stay focused. You don't know where we're going right now. We're heading to an area called the Meat Realm. And it's not like that we don't have to do this part right now. It's just anytime you're planning to go to New Game Pluses, you should kill the Meat Realm boss. Because there's a Meat Realm curse. This leads to you not being able to heal anytime you set foot in the Meat Realm. It just causes a lot of issues. So by getting rid of this boss, we don't have to worry about dealing with that curse later on. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing that's a pain in the ass, and if you forget about it, can actually break your heart, man. It's rough. But we're not going to make that mistake thanks to chat looking out for us. There's the boss. Okay, hold up. There we go. See, the curse has been lifted. No more curse. You can get the chainsaw right here, the chainsaw wand if you want. It's the only wand in the game that is actually animated. As you can see, it's like it's moving. But we don't need to do anything with that. Alright, so the curse has been lifted. What to do now? Oh yeah, I know. Gotta go get that one speed up for the black hole. The bottom right, I believe, is where I left my good speed up. Yep, right there. Put that on the one there. Perfect. Yeah, I don't know. The acceleration, I kind of just have it there. I mean, I guess, yeah, we just put it up. We may end up needing it for something else, so we'll still hold on to it just in case. Why'd you put the null shot on the black hole? Why not the Tau? Why did you put the null shot on the black hole, not on the Tau? So if you put it here, whenever you shoot it, it's still fast. That's how you apply most modifiers. You apply next to the Greek letter. That's usually how you do it. But for the Tau, because it has this weird thing where it says it copies the 2 following spells, so this is number 1 and this is number 2, it actually ends up applying the light shot twice. So by having a modifier after the Tau, you'll get 2 of that modifier. So in this scenario, you have 1 light shot. In this scenario, you end up with 2 light shots, which makes it go even faster. It's kind of weird like that. I know all the other Greek letters, though, you should just apply it like the normal way. All right, bottom right should take us to hell. So let's go to hell. And then from here, we are going to be looking for a couple of important spells. Divide by 4 is one of them. Divide by 2 is also one of them. Another reduce, I don't think we need any of that. Gamma is kind of tempting, but I don't know if I have the most money today to shop around, so we'll hold off on that. Add timer. I'm actually going to grab that. I probably will make a fusion build of like a tele healing wand. And the add timer is nice for that. Let's say that we did swap this now. And then we put the add timer here. Then we move these out because you can't overwrap whenever you're... That's good. So then we'd have to move this here. And then I would need that Greek letter, wouldn't I? Fuck it, we'll do it now. Right there. Oops, what did I do? Oh, we got to deal with the... What do we got to deal with here? Hold. Oh, God, I'm thinking of... this whole time I'm thinking of alpha. I always do that. I always do the reverse. If I have an alpha, I think it's a gamma. If I have a gamma, I think it's an alpha. How it always goes. Alright, so now we have a combined tele and healing wand. Which is not like the best healing tele wand you're ever going to see, but it'll be good enough. Okay. It still hurts. Definitely not going to go charging through anything too deadly for a bit. Alright. And what are we looking for down here? We are looking for a divide by 3. We are looking for Summon Taikasauva. Just grabbing the ingredients needed for the World Telewand still. I mean, we've had a couple things that sidetracked us, like we finished up our healing Telewand, of course. Using, like, this right here, the Matasade, we could combine that with one of the placates and farm infinite health, because we have all the ingredients for it, but I really don't want to take the time for that. Instead, whenever we get the World Telewand, we'll use that to get tons of HP really quickly. Alright, more spells. Another, remember, hell is infinite. It will just keep looping. So we've gone to another loop of hell. So we're going to see the 2 sky islands again. And we're going to check. The resources are different on the sky islands. While they can be in the same spot, they do not have, like, they change for each loop of hell. Divide by 3 is the one we want. There's a divide by 10. There is an inner spell, and if we use the inner spell... we can use it with the Homebringer, which we found in the earlier mountains, so... that means we wouldn't have to use the Deer Swapper. I think you just grab inner at this point. Okay, yeah. Which means... what does this mean for us? Well, we'll just use this area for storage. That's one thing that it means. And then we grab this. Money-wise, we do not have a lot of extra money. So we're going to have to stop by another gold room at some point. But before we go through that trouble, Let's go see if there's Summon Taikasauva. I got you. What do you have me with? What? No. Japanese DunkTales. What are you trying to get us DMCA'd? It could happen. Hey, it's happened before. We got a potential DMCA from, not an official one. It was just the automated Twitch one, thinking that it was copyright material from Russian DuckTales. I still haven't grabbed an ad trigger yet either, which I will need at some point. The spell that we're looking for is a really rare one, and sometimes I don't even try to find it this way, but I figure because we're missing quite a few spells, it would be faster to look for the summon.
Do you watch hockey? Probably not, because Dallas Stars are doing okay. And we know you are only a fan when something is below mediocre.
Of course I'm watching hockey, because you know what is not mediocre? USA! 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 Chat, break into USA chant. It's your time to chant. If you guys didn't know, USA did win the fucking men's and wait, I think it was men and women Olympic hockey, correct? USA, USA. And you know who did not win? Canadians. Don't make me say it. Don't make me say it. Bruh, can't support the men's team because they ate fucking McDonald's at the cringe house. Wait, what? Wait, really? At the cringe house. Oh shit. I'm gonna go through one more iteration of hell, and if I don't find the Summon Taikasauva, well then we're gonna start heading back up, and then we'll make some decisions from there. We'll see what we need to do. Yeah, we're not missing that many, but we're missing enough that you can get stuck on like that one spell, and then if you just had found Summon Taikasauva, it had given you everything. That plus we are still missing a couple things. Oh baby, this is why we do it. Woo! Summon Taikasauva, my baby. Is there any reasons why Add Trigger Spark Bolts is superior than Spark Bolt with Trigger, except for making modifiers in between free? Also, you forgot to take the Hell Orb. Oh yeah, I do need one more orb, don't I? No, there really isn't any other ways that it's superior other than making the modifiers free. Not that I think of off the top of my head, at least. Alright, we are about to farm the loots that we need. At least the main loots. Which are... Nope, not that one. Yes. We're looking for Linear Arc. I guess we'll grab a quad as well. Orb Timer. We already know where a Homebringer is, but I guess if it's there, we'll grab it. I gotta grab one of the divide by threes. Gotta go phasing and speed up. Phasing, speed up, orb timer, linear arc, quad. Homebringer. There's just so many things. Holy shit. Let's start looking. Oh yeah, I probably should use a chainsaw. Make sure I don't dig away at the terrain. Oh, there's an orb timer immediately, and then I deleted it right away. Whoops. My bad, my bad. How do I get it back? Back here. There it is. Alright, orb timer. I want that. I'll get it fixed later. If you want to learn how to use Summon Taikasauva to get like infinite loots like we're doing right now, I do have a video on it on my YouTube. All you have to do is type in the name of the spell that I'm using. Well, I'll obviously probably type in Noita as well, but the spell right there is kind of a hard one to spell. Summon, and then it's like Taikasauva. Listen, if you want to pronounce it, look it up on the Noita wiki, because I can't pronounce shit. Let's finish, okay? Give me a break. Got one more ad mana, and then I'll be good on the ad manas, I think. Explosive crystal. Yeah, I guess I'll grab it. I mean, the thing is, I think we're gonna be switching over the deer build to the Interspell Homebringer. But we could still have both of them just for the fun of it, being able to try out different stuff. Oh, fuck, there it was. What are we going to get rid of? You know what? I'm probably not going to do anything with the moo today. We're not in the mood. You need a quad still. Okay, yes. Quad as well. There's one of the quads. We'll just throw that there. Sure. So we are still looking for a linear arc. I gotta remember if what spells are even eligible on the Summon Taikasauva. Phasing and speed up. And like I said, I don't know if everything is eligible in this. I feel like they are. But when we start to run low, that's when I'll check. Speed up can be replaced by light shot. It's just there to counteract phasing, lowering the speed of the projectile so that it can retain direction. Huh. Really? Well, shit, we have an extra light shot then if we don't find the speed up. So I guess it's not like super emergency that we find that one then. Oh yeah, the homebringers. I said I was going to grab it if they showed up, didn't I? Sure. Phasing! Woo! It's real! The one phasing is real. I did it. What can I say? I'm him. I want to see if I could get the phasing twice. It isn't a big deal if I can't get that angle. I don't know where the angle was. But I was going to use it also on my damage wand. The fuck, man? I know the phasing is here. I haven't moved. Oh, there's a speed up. Well, now we have the exact method they used in the build. Okay, linear arc is the one that's missing. Okay, that one makes sense because I think in the past we had to use horizontal as a way to just like say like, okay, well this will do for now, just going left to right. So that is not too surprising. If we were to attach these phasings here, double phasing, speed up, you can just hang out here, I guess. And then let's move all this over. We're gonna bring the area teleport here, and then we're gonna actually add. Let's see, is one enough? Let's test it. This seemed to work. That should be good enough. How is this looking teleport-wise? How is this weird-ass wand? Alright, got that. You just stack so many ad manas that, yeah, shit's jankyo. Oh, wait. Is Boomerang in the Summon Taikasauva pool? Yes. Fuck, let's grab Boomerang real quick. I would like to have it.
Maybe.
A solid maybe. Let me find Boomerang and then we will be happy, I think. I cast it really fast because all I have to do... Oh, there's a deadly heal, actually. Deadly heal's probably the smarter move over this heal. So we go deadly heal. That means we need a second piercing. Yeah, or I could, yeah, use one of my light shots. It is true. It's just like mana isn't really an issue. Is the reason I'm just willing to be like, throw another piercing on there. Throw another this or that. Boomerang is our main focus, though. If we find another piercing or some shit like that, I'll throw that on there. Alright, there's the second piercing. Still looking for Boomerang. I mean, it's not super necessary. We're probably fine without it, but I was kind of hoping that we would get an early Boomerang to make it easier on us whenever we're traveling along, to guarantee the heals. Our heal wand will still be good without it. It's just Makes it a lot easier to work with when you have boomerang on it. Alright, well. How are they still alive, man? The phasing is like protecting them. What? Okay, put that there. Okay. Why is this hurting me? Oh, my mana's actually running out. Wow. Wow. It actually needs every one of those add manas. That's hilarious. That's... Well, that's... What? Oh, the double piercings are so expensive. Happen to have the exact math. There we go. Now there's no way we have a shortage, yeah? Add manas for days. And if we need anything else, then we'll get it from there. Alright, for our challenge today, permanent shield. Let's just grab the extra perk to make things go faster. Swap a piercing for light shot, then one frame the tele wand. It's a great tele wand. Actually, if I swap it, will it allow me to one frame? Let's see. 2. What if we do? What's wrong with my wand? So timer, this grabs that. This, okay, this, try it triple? That was what we had, right? What am I doing? Oh, psh. It's just too expensive. It's just too damn expensive. There you go. It's fine, it's fine. We don't want to use our divide buys. We need these divide buys. They're going to be on another wand. We're building up. We're building up. Get a momentum. You can do this build with 3 add manas or less and no 2 framing. But there is no nutty to save your ass, so keep struggling. Yeah, what will I do without the extra...
Holy moly.
I mean, what will I do with all that extra frame time I'm spending? A whole millisecond. Alright, what are we doing now? So we have everything in place. It's literally twice as fast. I mean, if you have a clear path, yes, but most of the time in Noita you do not have a clear path. Wand-Mart, actually gold, parallel world, gold room, Wand-Mart, heaven, I think is our order. Let's go to gold. Yeah. Gold room first, because otherwise I'm going to forget. By saving frames, you get more time to gap. Think of the accumulated time save. So true. Hold on, we needed at least 5 orbs so that we can get to New Game Plus later. That'll be helpful. I was trying to remember. We need the add trigger, the wand refresh. Add trigger, wand refresh. Divide by 3. Is that all? I mean, I'm talking about from heaven for how much gold to collect. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So that means I need at least like 100k gold because they're over 30k each. So let's get to like 200k and then we'll feel confident. Extra add trigger if you want to save the mana cost of the piercings for deadly heal. But then we have to add another thing to the payload. Like we have to which means we probably have to farm up a couple chainsaws or filler spells. You could just kill the Master of Masters too. True, but we already came across an add mana and everything. Like add mana, I mean add trigger is not that rare. It's more about having the goal of the time that I actually come across it, because I already found them, but I couldn't buy them at the time. Also, we did keep this setup so that we can try it out, just to kind of, I guess, meme it up a little bit, see how it works. How do you tell when your telewand is one frame? You just do the math. It's whenever you fire it, everything should fire off in as one group. So, for example, in this scenario, this spark trigger, actually, it's kind of a terrible example. This luminous drill, everything in this wand fires off at one time. So when I fire it, that's every time I try to cast it, this whole thing fires off. In this scenario, this is 2 frames. One time the luminous drill fires by itself, and the next time it wraps and places it here. So this is 2 framing. 1 frame, 2 frame. Oops. Now, in general, you 1 frame whenever you've done the math, and you're like, oh, I can already make the cast delay and the recharge down to 0. Whether it's 1 frame or 2 frame, both scenarios, cast delay and recharge are 0. So then doing it in less frames is more efficient because, I mean, you're twice as fast. Did I miss DunkTales? We already had some DunkTales earlier. This is our second gold room. It's like a little bonus gold room. Because we needed that extra gold. Keep an eye out for horizontal or linear arc. Linear arc is preferred, but we could work with horizontal temporarily. I always laugh at the story of you in a long-ass run. Some viewer wanted fungal shift so bad, and you finally caved in. It turned out to be a very bad shift and made things 100 times harder. Then the guy just went to sleep. Yes, and he did it like in a. It wasn't meant to be like, got him. It was more of like, hey, can I see a fungal shift? And I just asked over and over and over until I finally did it. And then when I did it, it was a terrible shift. And they were just like, damn, that's crazy. Then they just waited like a minute. And they're like, well, I gotta head out. I'm gonna get some sleep. I'm like, this motherfucker begged for a fungal shift for like fucking half an hour just for me to cave in, get a terrible shift, which is gonna torture me for the next like 5 hours. And then they were like, well, I'm heading to bed. And I was like, I will never trust the fucking people begging again. Because you would think that they were begging for the sense of like, hey, I want to watch a run with a crazy shift. You know, I'm going to be here for hours. I want to see some crazy shift. But theirs was just like, hey, I want to see a scenario where you get tortured. And then once it was like, oh shit, you're going to be tortured. They're like, well, we'll see you. Like, what the fuck? Dude, what is going on? Not getting the stuff I need. It really isn't much, I guess. Anytime you're looking for that last one thing, it's usually whenever it doesn't show up. Fuck it, we don't need linear arc, just eyeball it. Oh shit. Just eyeball it. It'll be fine. Let's do this. Come over here. Alright, well, Heaven's not being nice to us right now. Oh, divide by 4. We need to divide by 3. Not that divide by 4 garbage. Ooh, that's a poly guy. Wand refresh and a divide by 3. Wow. Nice. That means... Are we just missing an add trigger? And a linear arc? Maybe? Poly guy. Nope, nope, nope. Be afraid of the polymorphine. That's how you die up in heaven. This is the reason that people don't go to heaven. You go to hell normally so that it will not have the... You'd rather enemy be bleeding and shooting lava than shooting polymorphine. Which I know seems crazy that they would make heaven more deadly, but that's how it works. It's Noita. Hell needs something deadly. I mean, it's got tons of lava and stuff. In a regular sense, it is deadly, but it's just once you're in a god run, yeah, a lot of the danger goes away. You can remove speed up from the wand, from the build, and it only teleports directly to the right if you wanted to just hop Holy Mountains in New Game Plus for linear/horizontal. Really? If you remove the speed up, it'll only hop to the right. Indoor Cat knows this stuff really well, so... Well, let's go grab the Pyramid Wand, and then... I mean, I guess if we want... Yeah, indoor... It's not a bad idea, I don't think. For today's goal, I think you want to go both directions. And he's saying use the Holy Mountain hopping to get the linear arc. And then once you have the linear arc, then it's like, you're like all set up. Real quickly, we're just picking up a upgraded wand over what we currently have. In fact, I think it is going to be one of those times that it's okay to go... with chat's favorite. I know, they're getting frisky. They're like, oh my god, it's everything I hoped and dreamed. So this should take us back to the main world. And now use it as a backpack only. Just to stick it to them. And now just use it for storage. We'll collect dust. We'll have 2 of them. Because we are thriving. Oops, hold on. Bad guy. Go away, bad guy. That's fine. The reason I'm making some minor upgrades to our damage wand is because we are going to be going into New Game Pluses. And you got to remember that the enemies become significantly more tanky in the New Game Pluses. So while our build looks great right now, and it's like, hey, you know, we're not afraid of anything. We can become very afraid. Like, it can get to the point where we're like, oh god. Will we survive? Quad. 1, 2, 3, 4. Triple 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Alright, this should be good. Alright, we got music notes on there for extra damage now. Real quickly, let me get our wand here set up, which is missing a couple spells on it, but we'll take care of that soon. This, that, inner spell, Homebringer, and then our multicast, or divide bys, I mean, by 3, and then divide by 2, then our add trigger, then our speed up and phasing, so one of these is going to be gone, and the speed up, where did I put that speed up? Oh, right there. And then the wand refresh. So we gotta grab the orb timer that we left behind. We're almost ready to go. In fact, we'll test it in this world, and then we'll talk about why it doesn't quite work in the regular world. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, also, I can explain the wand in deep detail, so if you've never seen a World Tele wand, give me one moment and you'll understand exactly how it works. I mean, maybe not all the math, because I'm not good at the math part of it, but like how it works, how it does what it does. Oh, there goes Toveri. In fact, we run in here to say hi to Toveri. We'll grab up one of the refreshing gourds. Then we'll run down here. We'll say, Kolmi, I have a gift for you. I brought you a present. And if you fly into Kolmi while having a refreshing gourd in your inventory, woo, turns into Gourd Kolmi. And that's for a quest, but we're not doing the quest today. We're kind of just goofing around with them at the moment. In fact, somebody the other day brought up about killing Kolmi and then reviving him the moment you kill him. So if you want, I'll try to do that right now, where I kill him and revive him at the same time, as long as I don't fuck it up. So there you go. That's how you kill him and revive him. So as you can see, he died. It began to play his death script, which gives it like, it's like a whole animated like struggle. Like, oh, he's dying. But then he summons a portal, and then you hit him with the heal in that same moment. So you don't allow him to completely die off, even though you still got your portal chilling here. All right. Can you spare him? He died of natural causes. Sorry, science is not advanced enough to save him. Maybe one day. Alright, this should be simple. Actually, wait, I think there's something with the speed that I have to get right, isn't there? Let me see. Yep. Interesting. So basically what's happening, Homebringer isn't slow enough without the divides on phasing. Okay, yeah. So basically what's occurring is we are, let me move some stuff around. We're shooting out an orb timer, and I don't even know if the quads are necessary really, but an orb timer, and at the end of it, something like a teleport, right? So you shoot this out, orb timer flies off, and then it shoots the teles afterwards. Nothing too mind-blowing there. That's the whole concept of timers and triggers. Most of you should understand that concept. But instead of having a tele at the end, what we're doing is we're having a Homebringer at the end. And Homebringer, if you actually can, if you hit a target with it, so whenever you shoot the orb timer, it's kind of hard to see because it's flying off screen, but it shoots off the Homebringer, and then if it hits something, it pulls it in, right? It brings the target closer. So what we're trying to do is we put an inner spell so that it causes a projectile to be cast from where the caster is standing, and we want the Homebringer to essentially fire from far away. We don't want it to, the Homebringer doesn't fire from us, right? It fires from the orb timer. So we want the orb timer to be very far away, like a parallel world away, and then shoot off the Homebringer out of the orb timer so that whatever it hits, it brings it to where the orb timer's position is. So we want it to hit us, which is why we put the inner spell. Cause the projectile to be cast. So we're pretty much shooting a spell very far away that then shoots back and hits us and pulls us there. We're pulling ourselves into a parallel world. Things get a little weird though with this stuff because apparently speed's a big factor, which is why the people in the chat were helping me move stuff around. Phasing actually slows down projectiles. It actually makes them move more slowly. So apparently one phasing isn't enough. So if we had two phasings, maybe that would be enough, but we only have one of them. Actually, wait, no, we do have another one right there. Let's see if that'll... Yeah, that works. So essentially, by slowing it down, slowing down the Homebringer enough, I guess it's now eligible to hit the player, and then it's going to... Oh, I guess it didn't pull us in that case. Wonder what causes it to pull us sometimes, but not always. Okay, let's always say he's dropping some info too. The energy orb becomes slow and only moves by phasing. Timers also make the payload inherit their speed multiplier, so the Homebringer is slow. Energy orb being slow makes it survive in walls too. If a projectile is slow enough, it doesn't collide. There you go. So if a projectile is slow enough, it doesn't collide. So essentially, what we're about to do is we're going to be able to shoot off an orb, and because of some other people, in fact, you can see who designed it. Every wand build usually has some credits to people. Well, not always, I guess, because I know some of them will see, like this one was made by where was it? Yes, he says by Haiku. See, people design wands and we'll post them on there. Essentially what they've done is they've done the math for you, and they're like, hey, yes, maybe you know the basic concept of like, oh, I can jump a short distance with... Don't ignore all of this stuff over here. Ignore all of this. I just don't have anywhere to put it right now. So I'm trying to put this to the side so that you don't pay attention to it. These are the only spells that we're using right now. And whenever you shoot it, it's like it's like pulling you a distance. Once you understand that, you need somebody, you can do it yourself if you would like. You can calculate how far you can do the math and calculate exactly how many of these divide bys you need to use to achieve the correct speed so that this orb ends up firing off in a position that you want it to be. So right now, the math that we're about to line this up is actually not done for the world that we're in. It was done for New Game Plus. In fact, when you look at the wands, it'll even tell you. New Game Plus Energy Orb with Timer. So what they mean by that is, if you're right here and you jump one parallel world to here, that's usually the goal. You're in the same position, but in a parallel world. But that wand said New Game Plus. This is the regular world. New Game Plus is this world. They have different dimensions. So if you end up firing off a New Game Plus wand in this world, it will still work. It's just the math is done in such a way that you'll probably end up, because the New Game Plus world is wider, I think is what it is, right? And so we'll probably end up telling to, like, I don't know, in this wall somewhere here. And but it still will work the same. It's just the math isn't exact. So let's go ahead and build it out, and we'll even fire it off, and you can see it in action. Remember not to put the speed up on one. Oh, yes. All right, hold on. I'll make sure you say that it is correct. So our build is not going to be quite perfect yet. We're trying to build this one, but we're missing some of the ingredients. So temporarily we're having to do, I mean, imagine like that wand I was showing you, like this one here. This is, obviously it's already able to pull your character, but it's not doing, it's not doing anything that's going to be that helpful in our run. It's just pretty much a basic telly, but just with a homebringer setup. So we're going to make it where it's, let's see. Again, I don't think this quad is even necessary right now, but we'll put it there just to make sure we're as close to the original build as possible. Okay, so the speed up, we're probably going to remove it in a second, but let me get everything else in position, then we'll see what's necessary. Divide by 2, 3, 4, 3, boom. All right, so this build, the spell that we're missing is the linear arc. And what the linear arc, its role is it makes sure that it can only shoot like left to right and up and down. And I mean, it can sometimes you can hit some like kind of funky angles and stuff with it, but the point is it keeps it linear, right? It doesn't allow you to shoot at like these 5 degrees or some shit like that, right? It's going to keep it vertical and horizontal for the most part. And what you want to do with this, or the reason for it, is you're wanting to move directly even. So let's say that you were to be off by like 3 degrees, right? So you shot it 3 degrees a little bit higher than you would like. Well, at first it may not seem like a big deal, 3 degrees. But when you're traveling long distances, maybe not even just one parallel world, you can actually jump hundreds of parallel worlds in a single click. So imagine if you're off by 3 degrees and you just travel for like parallel worlds. By the time you land, you're like in a terrible, terrible spot. So this will make sure that you stay perfectly flat and end up where you need to be. We don't have that right now. So Indoor Cat is saying, as a temporary measure, when you don't have the linear arc, to remove the speed up. And so I don't know what's going to happen with this one. I'm a little interested myself. Hold on, where do I want to put that double? So he's saying just remove the speed up. And then now apparently it will only fire to the right? Funny part is when you can spawn inside extremely dense rock or even cursed rock. Yeah, you can. So I got to be a little bit quick to react on this, don't I? All right. So let's try it out. And again, we're not expecting to land in a holy mountain. The math is done for New Game Plus. We'll discuss that in a moment.
Chatters, Homebringer is subject to 5-frame rule. It only collides with player after 5 frames of exiting. So it needs to be slowed enough to still be within player hitbox on frame 6. Or you can use one frame cessation to recreate the player entity so it loses.
Just cut you off. I'm sorry, Aqua. Wait, were we in the last Holy Mountain? I didn't even remember that part. Well, we can't go back because he said it can only shoot to the right. In fact, I kind of want to try that. What happens if I shoot to the left? Let's find out. I'm guessing it just takes us right again. Yeah, it just went to the right again. Okay. So we'll take the portal. And let's go somewhere that's not so dangerous. Let's go. Okay, the first mountain. So that was the example that I gave whenever I was yapping, right? The example I gave was like, hey, first mountain, we jump to the right. It's gonna land short, which means that it should land somewhere in this area, I would assume. So let's fire off. Check the cauldron. I'm sorry, I already zoomed past it. Alright, shoot to the right. Then let's see. How short are we of it? Yeah, it's not too bad. See, and then now you have the Holy Mountain in a parallel world. You could do the math and get it correct for this world that I'm currently in. Like, we could math it up and see exactly... oh shit, I kind of want both of these. I guess the all-seeing eye isn't going to matter that much. Yeah, because we'll be going to parallel worlds and stuff. I don't know. I kind of want them both. But what I want is I want a linear arc if I can before I end up going... Well, I guess we couldn't go to New Game Plus early. So we can see that the very first Holy Mountain actually has no chance to spawn a linear arc. The first chances don't start until the second mountain with a 0.36% chance. And whenever I shoot it to the right, it looks like it's going to take us to about somewhere in this vicinity here. So we could do a couple of those jumps and to see if we could get a linear arc that way. And then, don't worry, I have a backup plan. It's not too big of a deal, but I would like to find it this way. Oh yeah, and using this method, you could also break the reroll machine, but we'll worry about that in a bit. Grab that, why not? No, Summon Taikasauva doesn't have a linear arc in it. So if you look on the wiki, there's actually a page dedicated to Summon Taikasauva, and it shows the spells that it can potentially drop. I mean, like, or the wands that get summoned in, what spells that can be on those wands, and these are the entire pools of it. And you'll see that linear arc and horizontal are not here, which sad times, but oh well. I don't see one here. That one can actually be helpful for some of the World Telly ones, but we don't need it. No, I don't need to do anything with that either. Let's just keep jumping. This is the most insane game ever made. It is pretty crazy, isn't it? Noita is wild. You know what's crazy? So this wand, what's helping it get its distance and everything, it's all based on like speed, right? Trying to get a certain speed and achieve a certain, you know, distance, more speed, certain distance, all that crap. But somebody did the calculations. What I wanted to point out is that slime balls actually mess with projectile speed. See that at the bottom where it says projectile speed times 1.10. Since a slime ball can mess with speed, there's actually some World Telly wands that are designed around using slime balls to get the distance you need to get to the parallel world that you want to. I don't know if there's any examples on the wiki of a slime ball build, but I know for sure, I think it's like Indoor Cat one time had us do a slime ball World Telly wand build. Does anybody have a link to one? That'd be cool to show. We're not going to build it right now, but just to show that, you know, anything that is, whenever it's modifying speed and stuff, could play a role in doing like a world telly wand. You love your slimy balls. I wonder if the breaking machines was left in the game with the devs' intention. Well, Latali had talked about being in the chat whenever Himpuli had recently made the Sun Quest. He was, because Himpuli is, you know, his name is RV. He's one of the Noita devs. He's talked about, you know, he would talk about his Noita development and all that kind of stuff. And he was saying, listen, Latali was relaying it to us, was saying that he said, maybe I made the Sun Quest a little bit too hard, like, you know, too dangerous. The sun does so much damage. And Latali said, you know, because of the breaking of the reroll machines, people will always find a way to like overcome it, which is true, right? Like people will always find a way to deal with whatever insane health or damage that is required to pull it off. So the fact that he said that, and then he never nerfed it or anything like that, means there's a good chance that they have taken it into consideration when it comes to balancing, because they didn't nerf it, and the Sun Quest is the breaking the reroll machines can play a huge role in making the Sun Quest, you know, achievable. Read me, what's up, Aqua? They literally left commented out, fixed for reroll, breaking the code. Wait, what's that? They literally left commented out, fix for reroll, breaking in the code. Oh, so there is a fix that's actually there, but it's just they don't have it functioning. They commented it out intentionally. Well, there you go. So then that shows, I guess they considered fixing it, but then we're like, If you reach the point where you can break the reroll machines, you deserve to be able to do it. I guess that's the devs' logic. The devs are, whenever they nerf something, it is a bit unusual for them to do that, because based on like past behavior, they tend to embrace it. So for example, like the Heart Mage trick, which we used earlier in our run today, at one point we had like 280 or 300 health, I don't know how much it was, and then we launched up from like 300 health to over 1,000 HP in like 10 seconds. But you say, oh, that's OP. Well, the devs, when they heard about that, they didn't remove that mechanic. They just tweaked how it worked. They made it where it used to be where you could have 58, you could have glass cannon or whatever, and you could force your HP down to like 1 HP or whatever. You could grab a heart, and then it would take you all the way up from maybe glass cannon's 50 HP up to like 20,000 HP all in one jump. So they were like, that's too good. So let's make it where you can still get the benefits, but not as extreme. So now the result is, if you have like 200 or 300 health, you can jump to like 1,000 or maybe closer to 2,000, and rather than going to like 50,000 HP. So that at that point it becomes a mechanic rather than like a bug, I guess, the way I view it, because that means they balanced around it, because they could have removed it, they chose not to. Hey, what's up there, Violet? I've never gamed nor used Twitch, but I've watched many of your YouTube videos. Noita is cool, as are you, and sorry about your bald condition. Have you heard of Rogaine? All right, who's on their alt account right now? If you come forward and you own up to it, I will only slightly ban you. Come on, come forward. Which one of you is it? It's you, John? It's you? Me? Hold on. Now Cat-like is claiming himself too. Now I'm getting confused. Can't be multiple people. Me, he can't ban us all? You disgust me. You disgust me.
I am Spartacus.
That's it. Mods, ban everybody. You can't trust any of them. Nobody's trustworthy in this community, so we just delete them all. I should have known the moment we let the weebs in. Filthy weebs. Yay, an extra life. We've been playing this whole time without saving grace and without an extra life. Been kind of scary. So you know what's kind of silly? One of the moves that I'm making right now is a little bit dumb, I think. So we're jumping around and we're looking for a linear arc from Holy Mountain to Holy Mountain. And as you can see, I mean, there are other mountains that have a higher percent chance, but I mean, where we're at right now is... Actually, no, they're not even higher. No, yeah, no, they're not. 0.3131. So where we're at is a 0.36%. But what we should do is while we're doing that, we should also see for circle of vigor. Okay, yeah, so as long as it's, I wasn't sure if the odds, but actually it is the best odds mountain that I'm in right now. It's coincidental, lower odds than the other ones. So might as well go to a mountain that could potentially give us Circle of Vigor and Linear Arc, you know what I mean? Because you're going to be searching anyways, might as well go somewhere where it has the best potential loot. So I'll keep jumping a little bit and we'll see if one of them turns up. We don't have to have the Circle of Vigor. It was just something interesting to point out because I have people stop by pretty regularly saying, hey, you know, I'm searching for Circle of Vigor. What's the best way to go about it? When the reality it's just like, just check a lot of mountains. There really isn't like a ton of great advice for Circle of Vigor. You do not want to see wand shops because wands cannot have Circle of Vigor on them unless it's an always cast, which is a whole other thing. What's the most useless spell in your opinion? It's hard to say when you call a spell in Noita completely useless because somebody always finds an obscure way to use a spell and they're like, oh, you think that's useless? And you're like, all right, well, technically, I guess you could find a way. But I hate Expanding Sphere. I've tried to force myself to like use it in some runs and every time I'm angry afterwards. It has decent visuals, I guess, so there's probably some wand builds out there that are built purely for looks. Have you guys seen that? There's like a whole section in the main Noita Discord. Not our Discord, but the community, the Noita community Discord that is built around making like cool visual wands. They tend to have stuff with that. And
This new paid chatter service is better than previous one. Much more frequent. Did they include also free 30 days of rage baiting for engagement boost? Clever.
just ignore them. Just ignore them. Surprise, we're just not getting anything. All the good stuff's to the left. I knew it. No, still disappointing. Saving Grace. Can't fight that. At least we're getting some perks that we like. The main reason I want, oh, there's horizontal.
Oh, I really wish you guys could see this guy right now. He is
So that's
drenched in
interesting.
sweat.
Let me grab that. So horizontal means that we now should be able to travel right and left. So if I was to go back to the spot that I originally... So remember when I jumped, I originally landed here. So I would assume if I shoot to the left, that it would just take us directly to the Holy Mountain, yeah, where we shot before. So we can go right and left now. We just can't go up, but that's not that big of a deal. It's not like I really want to go up. Well, I appreciate you hanging out with us, Violet. And yeah, this World Telewand's a bit crazy. A little bit goofy. But if you think this is crazy, where we're heading to is a place that I've never even visited before. It's only a recent topic thanks to a community member named Lim, I guess, has been streaming and checking it out, which got Vex interested in it, which then Vex got, you know, he's been poking me, hey, check this out, check this out. So that's why we're going to be checking it out today. I grab this and this. It's going to be a parallel world where the world gen is pretty much so messed up, so fucked up, that we'll be able to farm tons of chests very quickly if we do it correctly. Hopefully we get everything correct. Hey, linear arc, there it is. Now, linear arc, so before we can only go left and right, now we can go up and down. Like this. Actually, hold up. Oh, we need to grab another more love, don't we? Oh, Sag. Alright. So now if we want to shoot it down... Hey, we're down in hell. And then if we want, you just shoot it right back up. And we're home. Can you explain why it was only left and now it can do both directions with linear? It can go up and down. You mean only right? I actually don't know on that part. That was what Indoor Cat just taught me, because I was sad since we didn't have the linear arc. I was like, fuck, what are we gonna do? And he said if we had removed this, if we removed the speed up off of it, that it would only shoot to the right. And I was like, What? But I think it has something to deal with the phasings, because whenever you're casting a ton of phasing, it will do some weird shit like that. In fact, maybe we could show it here. Let's see. It's not really doing a good job at it. I guess it just, I guess by default, it just immediately shot to the right. I wasn't sure if we would get a visual of it doing something similar, just going whoop, just flying off to the right, but that wasn't the case there. Latali says the default direction is right when a projectile has 0 speed. Okay, well there you go. The default direction is that way. But now we don't have to worry about the projectile speed being 0 because we put the speed up on there. It's no longer 0 because we can aim. Yay. Oh wait, where's my phasing again? Bring it back. So anything that we want to do that involves traveling to parallel worlds for resource gathering, for the most part, we probably want to do a bit of it here, because whenever we go to New Game Plus, what will happen is our world kind of like clears, it like deletes all the extra because when you're exploring, you're loading in map, right? You're loading in more and more, and you're jumping all over the place. And as you load in more and more, the file size is growing. There's more shit. It's got to like fucking store more memory. But whenever you go to New Game Plus, it takes all of that it's like saved about your run, all of the, well, not everything you've saved about a run, but all the exploration you've done in your run, and it just throws it in the garbage because you're going into a new world. You cannot go back. So it doesn't need to remember all that stuff. So as you travel around and you explore more of the world, you're going to notice your game becomes a little bit more unstable. So if you're going to have an unstable world, you want it to be somewhere that you're going to later leave behind. So that's why I'm kind of jumping around right now, just looking around, because we're going to be leaving this world soon for New Game Plus, and that will help stabilize things.
Do your resource gathering in New Game Plus. Then when you're ready, go to New Game Plus.
Yeah, that's true too. That's true.
This LBT here.
Yeah, it is. It's not that bad though. I mean, it's only off slightly, but I mean, yeah, it isn't perfect. There's another more love. Just trying to get some general things. Actually, you know what we could do here? And then when we go to New Game Plus, we could break the reroll machine here. Okay, so I do want the stronger levitation. Watch this price tag right here, this number, 1,600. So I'm going to grab strong levitation. The perks all disappeared, and the price tag disappeared. But if you're looking to break the reroll machine, you do not want the price tag above this to disappear. So sometimes I'll leave those there because I'm thinking, do I want to break the reroll machine? If I am going to break it, I have some reroll machines already saved up. So what parallel world are we in right now? Let's see. East 22. Really? We already gone that far? East 22, you were not lying. Really have traveled for a while. Do we want to break the reroll machine? I mean, we do not want to do the matter eater. I think I can fuck with or projectile eater. I can fuck with stuff. I think the shield should be perfectly fine. Extra wand capacity. Sure, why not? It doesn't really matter. We're so deep into today's run, and you know, we still have a lot, several more things I would like to do. So instead of focusing on breaking the reroll machine and everything, I'm just going to go ahead and go back to the main world and go to New Game Plus. That way we just need to start making some progress. So what we're going to do is we're going to shoot this up here. When I jump in this portal, it's definitely going to be unstable as hell. So I think if I jump here, I'm going to quickly... I wonder if I just let's see, restart with enable mods active. Hopefully this keeps our game from like locking up on us. That's what I was thinking, Indoor Cat. Whenever we're in New Game Plus, we have to travel through the Holy Mountains anyways. Or we can use the Holy Mountains to travel while we're looking for the... Or going to the deep New Game Pluses, yeah? Alright. So let's just do that. Fuck it. Okay. 5 orbs. 5 orbs are required to go to New Game Plus. We have already killed Kolmi and gotten the Sampo from him. Is there anything else we need to do? I don't think so. I would like to get 2 more loves at some point. Anyways, going to New Game Plus. What this will do, this will wipe our world, resetting it. And even when that reset happens, sometimes it can be a little scary. You don't know how stable things are running. So what I like to do after jumping into a New Game Plus is just to be certain that things are running nice and smooth as you do a quick close the game, reopen it. So how are we going to do this? So we're in New Game Plus. To get to where we need to be, it needs to be New Game Plus Plus. So the second New Game Plus. To get there, you need 6 orbs. So I need to go gather 6 orbs. I have 1 on me right now. I'll grab the 1 over here. Then we grab the 1 down here. Oh wait, what am I doing? I already have a World Tele Wand. I'm stupid. I'm a fool, chat. This is the whole reason we built a World Tele Wand that works for New Game Plus. We can take the easy route. I'm making it harder for no reason. Well, fuck it. I'll just find the orb in here and then from there we'll do the jump. There we go. So here's an orb room, right? This wand that we designed that wasn't quite perfect when we were using it in the other world, now should be perfect in this world because it's the exact width that we need it to be. So we shoot it to the left. Hey, we're in the West Orb room. And we gotta be a little bit afraid of the... ow! The fuck, man? Gotta be a little bit afraid of the Cursed Heart, so let's not grab that. C4... Go back over here. In fact, we might as well just go up. We can grab the other direction too. So we had 4, and then you jump to the right now. This will be the east. And we grab this one. Then go back to the main world. Are we afraid of Cursed Hearts? Cursed Hearts, they do a kind of poison damage that scales. So right now we're just in the first New Game Plus, but it still hurts even in the first New Game Plus. It does a little bit of damage. In fact, I guess I'll show you. Because we need 1 more orb anyways. See, it hurts a bit. Each New Game Plus, it only hurts more and more. And it scales percent-wise. Once you reach New Game Plus 4... by grabbing that Cursed Heart, it will insta-kill you. Every tick is actually more than 100% of your health. So you could have 3 million HP. You pick up 1 Cursed Heart in New Game Plus, or New Game Plus 4, and you boom, it will insta you. But if you have Saving Grace and Extra Life, things like that can try to keep you alive, but they can burn through your extra lives pretty quickly. What if you overflowed your HP? I am not 100% sure if if you end up reaching like the max integer limit and you grabbed a Cursed Heart, I'd imagine it would still insta you, but I don't know that for sure. I mean, we tested it with fire damage. Whenever your health is insanely high and you get burned by fire, the damage is like massive. And so I would assume same goes for the poison. Or you just get Glass Cannon and then the Cursed Hearts, you don't have to worry about them. How many New Game Plus are we doing? We just need to go into 1 more New Game Plus for the place that we need to get to. So right now we're in the first New Game Plus. We have all the orbs we need. Now we just got to go kill Kolmi. I can't remember, but I feel like the distance from like the surface down to Kolmi is somewhat close. Hold on, let's see if I can line this up. And we go to where the pawn should be. And slightly to the right of the pawn. And we shoot it down. Now, this is significantly... Huh. So from here to here versus here to here. Maybe we can move a couple of the to divide bys. I feel like there was a wand that we used to be able to hit the direction pretty smoothly, but I think we had to make adjustments. Latali has a wand that I remember it was like, hey, remove this spell, boom, you're there. But hold on, where the hell is that pond? I don't know. Apparently I'm just lost. Alright, we're gonna go up. Alright, look down, fire it down. Alright, where are we? That's the question. Oh, we're down in hell in the wall, aren't we? Alright, see how far down in hell. Wait, east? Oh, fuck, I didn't go back to the main world? That's my bad. For some reason I had thought I went back to the main world. Luckily, it's easy to get back to the main world. All you gotta do is take a portal. Oh, here's a portal. We take it. Hey, we're back in the main world. I'll grab All-Seeing Eye. I was going to show the whole breaking of the reroll machine. That's why earlier I was showing you the whole price tag stuff. But we're probably not going to focus on that today because there's just too many side adventures that we could go on. 6 orbs, so he's got a little bit of health on him. He's got 11,000. We still should shred him pretty quickly. Quick and easy. There we go. Did I just shoot my world telewand? Fuck! I went. It doesn't even matter. If you shoot a world telewand and now we're in a west parallel world, it's still fine. Actually, you know what? Let's do it in the main world just in case I want to introduce any possible pain in the ass stuff that I'm not thinking about. Okay, we're back in the main world. Press E to enter new game ++. So now we are in the new game ++ world, the second plus, and this is the world that apparently introduces the jank that we're going to be taking advantage of. I don't fully understand all of it. All I know is the world gen gets really weird in these new game pluses. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get the world. See, as you can see, this is the early zone. Look how things are already starting to look a little bit crazy. What we're going to try to do is we're trying to head to a parallel world that takes advantage of the weird world generation and actually will result in us getting mini chests all just in one spot, hopefully, is the goal. We'll see how it goes. So again, a look at the regular world. If you look at the regular world, it's very organized. You know, the biomes are very nicely and neatly separated. But if you go to New Game Plus, you'll start to see the world gets all jumbled. And like the more New Game Pluses and stuff you go into, things get pretty chaotic. And then we're going to be heading into, we're in New Game Plus, heading to parallel worlds where things are going to get pretty funky. So let's head for New Game. Actually, need to find the biome borders first. Okay, so I guess we find them and then we come back to the Holy Mountain and it should still be the same relative to the mountain, right, Latali? And what were the biome borders that we're looking for? You said the overgrown. Damn it, what was the one that you were recommending? We look for, isn't it like the tower and then from there something with the overgrown? You want the tower plus the overgrown / frozen vault. Tower plus. How will I know when I hit that specifically? So do I look for it to say tower, but then look like the overgrown / frozen vault? Oh yeah, Vex probably has the tips. Holy shit, he wrote a goddamn book. Please hold. He says, important, get 4 more love. I will still do that in this world that I'm in right now. So the further we go, the wider the chest zone is. So in the beginning, when we first find the area I'm looking for, what it should look like is a concentration of treasure chests, meaning like we're standing there and there's like, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 chests all sitting around. Once we have found that, we're like, oh, we have the sweet spot. Then the more parallel worlds we head into, the wider that zone becomes, meaning more treasure chests will spawn. If your PC doesn't blow up, if you go to 200 plus parallel worlds, the 6, 7. All right, chill, chat. If you go to 200 plus parallel worlds, the chest spawning area is huge. Don't just check a small section of the terrain on the Noita map. That section of EDR that sits around the hiisi sand caves and meat zone will become a huge zone of chests falling from the sky, especially if you go into deeper parallel worlds. I 1,000, he said 1,000,000% guarantee that if you go to 64 parallel worlds, you'll find a greater treasure chest immediately, especially if you do the proper check above. Going downwards on the same X coordinate, you find more chest spawns in the jungle and even in the vault. He said the game may start spazzing and duplicating the chunk while teleporting, just mod restart. What the hell? This last part he said, explore. It's yours and most of the chat's first time seeing it. Look around and see all the cool mashups that happen all over. The music box, the musical fart zone area, I think, is in the area to the left of the jungle on the map. It's where the power plant is sandwiched, but it's where the power plant is sandwiched between Lukey and Snowy. The musical fart zone? What now? What the hell's going down? I'm sorry, what did Vex say? I don't know, man. I think he tried to slip in one of his fetishes in there. I think he tried to sneak it in there. We'll call him out on it later. Okay. So, with this information, let me make sure. If you want music machines, you want the winter biome. Well, how about this? Because I'm wanting to grab a couple perks while I'm traveling to the parallel world number 64, but I also want to look around while the world is like looking, I mean, it's still New Game Plus, but it's more normal than it's going to be as we head into these parallel worlds. So I want to see what it looks like, what it's supposed to look like regularly. Trying to see if our damage is any good. There's too many of these guys keeping them protected. There we go. Basically, the reason you can struggle killing some of these enemies is there's an enemy who gives off like a shield, and then that shield makes it where if you don't kill the shield guy, then you can't hurt any of them. Kill the shield guy first, then you kill the rest. So when you say, is this the area where the music boxes would be? Because it is like the snowy zones, both of the snowy zones. No, that's Snowy Chasm. Oh. So we wanted to say location tower, but we want to see... You say like the overgrown? Let me just travel around for a little bit and see. Okay, not that. Wasn't this main path supposed to be tower? It is tower. See? Is it? It's supposed to be, right? But I was looking, didn't you say something about wanting to see the overgrown or like vault or something? That's how we know. I wasn't sure if the whole thing was it though. I wasn't sure if there's like moments where I walk out of it. Like I said, I've never specifically been like, hey, I want to find like this biome. The closest thing we've done to goofing around in the parallel worlds and all this kind of stuff would be when we were doing the Sacred Barrel run, which wasn't that long ago. Learned lots of stuff during that about the New Game Pluses, which is pretty cool. Alright, what are we looking at down here? Is this still, yep, still considered tower. Gotta watch out because the damages are amplified in my current New Game Plus. Gotta be a little bit alert. How big is this jungle? Okay, there is a, wait, that's power plant, not frozen vault. Which I don't know if that one's such a big deal. That would be the Snowy Chasm. So jungle and the Snowy Chasm. So the tower jungle meets with the Snowy Chasm right there. And then this is the vault meeting the jungle. Power plant might be good too. Okay, well, we'll check all these spots. I'm just kind of getting a look at them in the regular world, and then we can make our moves once we're in that deep New Game Plus world. Wait, what was that? That was just a... Gods are not happy with me. Alright, well, let's just start heading to New Game Plus 64, and then I have a general idea of some of the layouts around here. We'll see what happens in New Game Plus 64. Let's begin. Not New Game Plus 64, Parallel World 64. New Game Plus 64, oh god. We're going to East 64, let's put it that way, so there's no confusion. East 64. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and grab Repelling Cape. That was 1. Now we're in 2. Yeah. Go to 3. Dice is nice. 4. Why not 69? We'll probably end up passing 69 at some point. We gotta get to East. Ooh, let's grab the Toxic Immunity and another extra life. At this point, what we're looking for, I'd say the most crucial stuff that we're looking for. Oh, we're actually gonna grab Item Radar because chat said they wanted to see. Do we want to grab that? Is it gonna be annoying clutter? Because what'll happen is it'll point out all the chests, and if there's tons of chests nearby, it should just be like glowing. Like a ton of... There's little specks all over the place. Okay, Indoor Cat said yes, and Trask said yes. I don't know if it's going to be kind of a... Grab it later? Nah. Oh, now we're getting a little bit... 50 diamonds? Yeah. Luckily, it's only a couple. We can always come back to it.
Nope.
It's the first time going there. I want raw visuals. Chicken? He's got a good... He brings up a good point. We want to be able to see it clearly. Oh, there we go. Another more love. That means we're missing 1 more new love, and then the world will be passive towards us. Because once you have 4 more loves, the world loves you. Except for bosses. Well, some bosses will walk away from you. I think some of them can be a little bit aggressive. Why are you going back to shoot the wand? Just the positioning. I like the positioning of it because it's like a cleaner thing. But yeah, sometimes on some World Telly wands you have to have space whenever you fire it off. I don't think that's the case with this wand. Just like a habit. I think I could literally fire it right here. Let's see. Yeah, it's just fine. Some of them, though, you can't be near walls, so I tend to just out of habit back up, fire it off, back up, fire it off over and over. Oh, there it is. 4 more loves. So what that means is when I'm out in the world... Hey, they all love me. Even the Polymage is like, yeah, that's my buddy. How's it going, Polymage? How's it going? And then that's when you say, die, bitch! Let me eat his corpse. Ruining world peace. Couldn't help myself, I'm sorry. Oh, Circle of Vigor. Oh, did I drop the Nala from before? No! Hold up real fast. Just looking for 1 Nala. Small pit stop. I knew I had that Nala earlier for a reason. I was like, why am I holding on to this? Because I need it. You just not use the Circle of Vigor? That's not an option. That's just... Now it's crazy talk. Oh, actually, hold on. This does need to stay up here. Nala's pretty common, right? Take us like 2 minutes.
6.5 hours later.
Don't say that. Don't you dare curse me like that. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, I'm going too fast. My MLG skills are too quick. Yay! There we go. And we're back. Explain what you're doing. I was just looking for a Nala using the Summon Taikasauva. We did like, the reason I didn't feel it was necessary to go into super detail on that is because we were literally farming with Summon Taikasauva just like, I don't know, 45 minutes ago. It's this spell right here. We just happened to find another one just now. Summon Taikasauva. I have a YouTube video where I go into detail about how you can abuse it to get whatever spells you want. Well, there's a limited pool, but within that pool, you can get whatever you... any of these spells right here, these are all part of the Summon Taikasauva pool. I'll link it in the chat if you guys are interested. It's just on the wiki, the page. Any spell on this list, you can find like an infinite amount of them. So, for example, let's see the Add Mana. That's one that people get excited about, and they'll stop by my stream. How do you have so many Add Manas? Well, if you find a Summon Taikasauva and you find the spot wherever it summons in an Add Mana, you can just do that as many times as you like. Which is why today, if you're looking at our build right now, you'll see that we have quite a few Add Manas. You could have just kept going and collecting more, but at some point it just becomes a little bit. You're like, wow, this is too many Add Manas. There's the page, though, if you're interested. And we need to keep heading to the right. Actually, wait, why am I over here? I wanted to be over here. The spells it generates is dependent on its position. Basically, the wand is dependent on the position, and the spells that are on the wand also are tied to that as well. So yeah, it's like the whole thing. It's all one package. Wand and spells on that wand, all by the X and Y coordinates. So if you can ever find the exact position of something, you can recreate it over and over and over. And you could summon in 1,000 of one specific wand. They would all look the same and have the same spells on it. That's why Noita sometimes can be a little tricky whenever people talk about like speedrunners and about RNG and all that kind of stuff. Somebody will say, oh, you know, on this exact seed, you know, like they'll like have a seed number. Will your dragon boss drop the same thing that my dragon boss dropped? And it's like, well, yes, it is seeded, but it's seeded by the coordinates. So unless I kill the boss on the exact same X and Y coordinate, I will not get the same loot, even though technically it is seeded. You know what I mean? Where, it could be misleading, where somebody's like, wait, I thought it was seeded. Why am I getting different stuff? It's like, because the likelihood of you pulling off a boss kill on the exact same coordinates is very slim. Diary of Dunk is the hero of YouTube. Diary of Dunk has definitely played a big role in recruiting people to our community, and I really appreciate him. And he's going to be joining us on the main channel for helping post edited vids for you guys too. I think he's going to probably try out some stuff with maybe with the chat on screen sometimes, just to see how people like it. Don't worry, don't freak out and say, no, I hate this, or oh, I love this. We try different stuff, see what the community likes. Are you getting carried away? I don't think so. Did I go to too many parallel worlds? What world number am I on right now? We are in East 74. What? Holy shit, that went fast. I was just hanging out with you guys. I didn't realize I went so many fucking worlds. Good thing you said something, dude. I would have kept going for another like 10 minutes. All right. So, now that we're in East 74, it has the potential to cause some really funky stuff to happen. I think mainly between the seams, between two biomes. Is that... Hey, that guy just attacked me. What the hell? The world's supposed to love me. Right now, we are searching for just some funkiness. Basically, we should start seeing some weird setups between biomes, I believe. I don't know the best spots to look. Maybe I should head further down. I guess so. When you go east, the biome on the left will move to overlap the biome on the right, and you want the tower to spread into other biomes. So does that mean I should be checking the right side? Power is now moving to the right. Does that mean I should check to the right as well, or does that mean like check where it moved from? Okay, check to the right. Well, this one over here on this side, oh, it hits the meat realm. Good thing you guys reminded me to kill the meat realm boss. So you're seeing some kind of fusion of like sandstone and pus. It's the meat realm kind of fusing together with the sand chasm area. Oh? Oh? I believe we're finding our home. There's a greater treasure chest immediately. Woo! Hell yeah. Okay. Wait, they opened my greater treasure chest. We'll find another one. We want to open our own. Not these stupid enemies opening it. With that said, though, it did drop a water stone, which means that you hold the water stone, it instantly applies a water stain to your character, which is kind of neat. The reason for even making this journey is because, like I said, I've never really ventured out to one of these new game plus parallel worlds to such a point that it kind of like breaks it and starts to do some weird stuff like this. So it's kind of it's neat to see it, but also it was being discussed as a potential method. Now that you cannot do infinite chest rain in Noita, you know, it's been gone for a while now. How would you approach a 100% run? Well, that's what we're kind of checking out right now with this. Is this method right here a good solution to farming large amounts of chests in a short period of time? Obviously, nothing's going to be as good as the chest rain, but you got some close seconds, maybe, possibly. As gay as the chest rain, as good as the chest rain. There's another. This was a greater treasure chest. I opened it a little too fast. I got excited. Now, what should happen? Wait, what is that right there? Oh, that's the spells. Wait, there's a large heart there too. And we'll probably do some exploring in a moment, but right now I'm mainly just kind of checking out the areas that have concentrations of chests to get an idea of how the area around it kind of spawns. And these random spells right here, this becomes, I think, more of a thing in certain areas where you can actually find large spell shops in these parallel worlds as well. We'll explore more in a moment, but first let's do... So once you have cleared all those, you may be like, well, that's not worth it. Traveling all that way for a clump of chests like that. Well, watch this. If we just stand here for a moment and shoot to the right, should be another thing of chests. And the further I go to the east, apparently that range for these clumps of chests spawning in is going to get larger and larger, meaning more and more chests. But obviously, the more unstable the game can get to. Oh, wait, what? Oh, because of all the more loves, it's not aggressive, so it doesn't bite me. But this is a fake. This is a heart mimic.
Yikes-ola. Glad that's over with.
Yeah, we found a heart mimic today. As you can see with the heart mimic, it's kind of funny. So look at this heart versus this heart. The heart mimic is actually a creature, and it's not always mirrored. It can flip. So sometimes it actually will look like it's on the correct side, but in this case, it is mirrored at the moment with the way that it dropped in. You already missed one. Wait, what did I miss? Another heart mimic? What happens if you pheromone a heart mimic? So far, I've never heard of any discovery made with it. Why was chest rain patched out? Basically, I believe so. The devs normally, when it comes to nerfing stuff, they're pretty cool with the community going wild, right? They let the community go crazy, do whatever the hell they want, and then they try to balance things. We were talking about this just a little while ago. They usually don't remove it; they balance things. But when it came to the infinite chest rain, they actually had made a change that probably made it so insanely OP, they really didn't know what to do about it. So it used to be, if you've watched any of my old videos from years ago, you would polymorph yourself, and this could actually, this is a trick where you, every time you'd poly yourself, you were resetting a timer that led to these chests raining down, and you could get thousands of them. And you would just sit there and they would rain down forever. And using this technique, you could actually do, which is how I did my 100% Noita run, where I did a file with 0% for all of our categories here. All were at 0% on a fresh file. We did all of them to 100%, well in this case 100.5% in a single run. And so I think they were well aware of this being a thing. And I don't think they minded it too much. I felt like it was in the game for a little while and they just didn't, you know, they didn't worry about it. But then they added a new spell into the game. And the new spell that they added was... oh, right at the bottom. Cessation, it kind of is polymorph. So when you poly yourself, you turn into a creature. And you're kind of vulnerable. You're like, oh shit, hopefully nothing kills me, right? But when you cast Cessation, your character disappears. But the way the game looks at it is it's almost like you polymorphed yourself into nothing. You polymorphed yourself out of existence. So when they first added this in, you could actually use Cessation instead of polymorphing and cause the infinite chest rain to happen. So now it was like, you didn't even have to risk being a sheep. You could literally just not even exist and just keep having the chest rain down infinitely, which was like, you know, holy crap. And then they soon afterwards patched it so that Cessation didn't reset the timer for the chest rain. And when they did that, it also, because the fix applied to the poly effect, because it was like, you know, again, Cessation is pretty much you poly yourself out of existence. So then they had to apply it to all things polymorphing. So then it also took out that. So I don't know. It could be that they were trying to fix other things with Cessation, and it just happened to be that it killed off the method. But it seems like because they added Cessation and it did work for a little while, that instead of trying to work around it and create mechanics around it and all that, they were just like, fuck it, just patch that out and make that no longer possible. Yeah, Latali says the fix applied to the rain effects themselves. So like all of the chest rains, is that what you mean? Like chest rain, utility box rain, worm rain, it just went to everything. Jump at the seam where the overgrown starts again to see the seam above. Okay, jump at the seam where the overgrown starts again. Do you mean like this spot here? Because this is this overgrown? Or just like way up there? Because I would like a good visual of it to really... oh, look at that. There's glowing fungal spore potion. What do you plan to do with that? I'd have no idea. Growing some plants, I guess. Yes, here. Okay, so apparently if we look at this, we get a good visual on how it's going to move. So let's check it out. And we'll be opening more chests in a moment. I just want a clear visual. Oh wait, did we kill the mimic? Did we ever kill the mimic? Oh, I shouldn't jump back immediately and get myself killed doing that. Yeah, I must have. I shot it, didn't I? Maybe I didn't. I don't know. It's not a big deal. In case you're curious, we haven't killed that many, though, through our life. 26 of them. Killed. It says killed by twice. Trust me, if I had a good clip of me actually legitimately dying to it, I would definitely post it on the YouTube channel. That would make for good content. But no, I've never... anytime we've died to it, it's because we have tried to do experiments to see if there was different effects. Like putting... you know, somebody had just asked, if you put pheromone on it, does it do it? We've done all that stuff. So we intentionally have died to it a couple times goofing around. But nothing... never had a legitimate one happen. Stay in the middle where you see more overgrown. Got it? So, like right here. Ah, so I can't tell how much of it is my Telewand being imperfect, though. You know what I mean? Like, I definitely see it shifting, but I don't know how much of that is my Telewand. Can this trick be used to find refresh? Yeah, I mean, the treasure chests have a chance of dropping a spell refresh, so right now we could even try to see if we can find one. Is the chest done? Is the chest thing done by just breaking the game by going too far into parallel worlds? This is my understanding, and again, I'm just, you know, I'm still learning about it. But essentially, the world generation, you know, normally like there's biomes that kind of collide with each other, right? Like this jungle biome is running into the overgrown biome, but that like seam, that point where they meet, I guess as you go to parallel worlds, kind of like slides. It becomes like misplaced. And by becoming misplaced, it leads to some really weird interactions, such as these treasure chests being like spammed in. And so the more you misplace this seam, the larger the gap is, and the more zone for all of these chests to spawn. So right now we're only like, I don't know, like 70 or 80 parallel worlds. Vex said that he went to like 200 parallel worlds, and that it becomes like a giant zone, like there's a whole area. And this, it doesn't only apply to the treasure chests, there are other things as well. If anybody had that one clip of Lim, he had a cool one. I mean, we'll see if we can find it too, but he actually had it where instead of these treasure chests, they were music boxes, and they were just tons of music boxes around. Now why you would want that, I don't know, but it's some, Latali said it's from a floating point error. More overlap happens. Biome overlap causes one biome to force another biome to trigger functions it is registered. Okay, so that's why earlier you said like an area that had like vines, like they showed up as vines. So you're saying that it in one biome it's trying to generate it as a vine, but then when the other one overlaps on top of it, it doesn't have a vine, so it then spawns like something in its place, like a treasure chest or some shit like that. Am I understanding that right? I don't know. Again, it's really confusing stuff. It's funky world gen, but it actually leads to something that's kind of neat. There's a coup. There's a coup. Oh, in another detail though, is a thing that I didn't know today. Even putting aside that this this whole thing is so funky and kind of cool to see, but apparently the tower biome, which is what we're in right now, I know it looks like just the, you know, like right here, for example, it looks kind of, well, it's kind of, I don't even know what the hell you would think this is. This is a weird looking overgrown fungal zone, but basically it's not the regular version of it. It's the tower version. That's why it says location East Tower. Apparently when a chest spawns in the tower, it doesn't have the normal odds of a treasure chest to be a great treasure chest, because normally it's 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 2,000, some shit like that. But whenever it's in the tower, it's a 1 in 50 chance. So that's why Vex was trying to convince us to go hunting this today, because you actually will find a lot of great treasure chests if we just keep looking. So let's do that. So these are all just treasure chests all over the place. Yep, there's a great one right there. That's a great chest. And this can drop some of the most insane stuff in Noita. Oh, look at it. It dropped gold rain. Let's see what else we got here. This strategy does interest me though, because for me it's like, damn, does this mean, oh, another great treasure chest? Does this mean I should consider attempting another 100% run? Yes. Well, let me think on it. Obviously not right now, because we're not on a fresh file. Chat says no. No. Is it in New Game Plus only? As far as I know, yeah, this sliding around of the seams and stuff, I mean, if it is a thing in the regular mode, I've never heard of anything like this happening. I guess it's something to deal with the New Game Pluses and the parallel worlds. This is specifically New Game Plus 2. They said do it in New Game Plus 2. So I guess it's because the tower becomes the... Because if you're looking at the New Game Plus map, so look again, regular world, New Game Plus map. Apparently, New Game Plus Plus, that map specifically, the biomes are considered. Hold on, I gotta grab a tissue here. About to sneeze. Hold up, chat. Hold up. But apparently these biomes right here, which you normally would think are just the main biomes, just kind of getting shuffled around a little bit, they're straight up the tower. So they suggested this setup because New Game Plus 2 will align with the tower. Then from there, in the tower, get the chest spawning in. So I'm sure there's some other instances of these imperfect seams, but maybe it wouldn't be as exciting if it wasn't like in the tower. You wouldn't get as many greater treasure chests. Or read Amerimindian. Do it for the 3,000th win? We may. Oh wait, no, I miscounted. For Overgrown, it is each vine equals a chest. If you want to check what biomes do when they collide, you can go to the data, find biome Lewis scripts, and the registered spawn functions are at the top. First function of one trigger triggers first of the second biome, third triggers the third, etc. You can look for everything else you can spawn. I understood a little bit of that. my brain registered some of that. Maybe a little bit. So every spot that there should be a vine, is that the specific one we're getting right now? Because I'm a little confused because we do have the Overgrown, aka Wand-Mart. So see how there's a vine here? So where this spot, if this slides a little bit further over in this direction, this vine will no longer be a vine and instead will be a treasure chest? Yes. Okay, so all of these treasure chests were meant to be vines in the Overgrown, but because of the seam shifting, okay, I think I'm grasping it a little bit. My brain is struggling, but it's grasping it. Definitely some very funky stuff here. And so there's another biome, or another, I guess, prop, that whenever it gets swapped out, instead of being a treasure chest, the prop turns into a hell shop spell. In hell, you get the spells the same way. A pebble wanted to spawn, it's a spell instead. Instead of a pebble? What the hell? Oh, look at that. He loves me. Well, I mean, oh, we can't even drown ourselves. Oops. Oh, look at that. 2 great treasure chests right next to each other. Huh. First one, disappointing. Actually, it had 2 wands in it, so I guess, yeah, still disappointing. Second one, also disappointing. God damn it. Is the bet to find a great chest with mega loots? It was just to find a great chest. We've already completed that part of it, but right now we're kind of just enjoying the adventure, because again, I've never been to this. Like, I've never seen this before. And I think it was like I said, the guy's name I believe is Lim. Somebody in the community, you know how stuff goes in Noita, where certain person will take interest in like a really specific topic, and because of that they're doing, maybe creating content, or just checking stuff out, and then it leads to other people hearing about it, and they're like, well, that's neat, I've never done that. So that sounds like pretty much what's happened with Lim. Is Latali, I think, has talked about this before. Latali's probably gonna be like, yes, I've told you many times. He always does that. But I never with my eyes had seen somebody really do like deep dives and see like all the chests spawning in on the screen like this. So after Lim and Vex had clips of it, then I thought, yeah, let's check it out. It does look pretty neat. The tower has a spawn shop item function that overrides Overgrown's invisible mushroom traps. With the mushroom traps, that's a weird one. Great chest. It dropped a heart. Wait, Latali, since this has a chance to create a mimic, do these chests also have the chance to be a leggy mimic? Because if that's true, oh man, and that opens up a great chest mimic. I don't think that's possible. That would be insane. That would be truly the rarest enemy in the game. What's the best thing that a great chest can drop? It's kind of like an anything is possible box. Like it can hold the most insane shit that I've never experienced in Noita because it has like a looping function. Basically, think of it like this: if somebody said like, "Oh, your choices are to get a heart, or to get these spells, or to get these wands." And then one of the options is also to roll again. So it means like you get extra rolls, right? So, normally instead of getting, you open a chest, you get 1 heart. But instead, if you land on the extra rolls, it means you get bonus rolls. Well, those bonus rolls, what they mean is you get more chances to get good stuff. Well, the bonus rolls, like you're rolling for what you're going to get, can land on more bonus rolls. So there are scenarios where people have opened a greater chest and gotten over 2,000 HP, just fucking dropping on the ground, just fucking pouring out like, holy shit. And it's because it's a scenario of it just keeps getting bonus rolls. I guess the way for me that makes the most sense in my head, I don't know if it makes sense to you guys, but there is a chart here, and this chart gives you the chances. Right here it says chance. It says, so there's a 10% chance that it will give you 3 potions. There's a 3% chance it's going to give you a rare stone. 21% chance is going to give you a wand. It'll give you the detailed breakdown of that category here, but let's just look at the general categories right now. 21% chance it will give you a health pickup. So in the scenario that it rolled. So the great treasure chest, what's interesting is the great chest actually doesn't have a chance to drop the mimic. I think it has to be a regular chest. So let's look at that real fast. I think I typoed this. Yes. So look at this. The 11%, so this is the regular chest. There's 11% chance when you go to open it, it's gonna choose from the health pickups category. And in the health pickups category, there is a 1 in 101 chance that it will spawn in the heart mimic. So it's a 1% chance of an 11% chance, which is why you end up with the 0.1089% chance of it. Meanwhile, the great treasure chest, it only has a extra max health, large extra max health, in a full health region. So there is no heart mimic possibility. But that's not the part that's just I forgot about that little detail. I mean, it seemed familiar, but it's been a while since I looked at it. But where it gets really insane is if you look here, there is a 0.0000001% chance it could drop an orb. And so this is where you get some of the most insane possibilities in Noita, where you could do a 34 orb run potentially without even using a website or anything. No tools required, but it is insane RNG. But the thing that we were talking about, and we said, what are the craziest possibilities, is while these are the craziest possibilities in terms of statistically, it's not very realistic to happen. But if you look at these are pretty realistic to happen. There's a 38% chance that you will get double loot. Roll this entire loot table again 2 more times, adding this result to the loot. So what that means is if you had 1 roll and you're going to get to choose one thing, and you happen to land on the double loot, it will go back to the beginning and say, okay, now you get to choose twice. So it's going to choose twice. So maybe the first time it says, okay, it's going to give him 3 potions. Okay, that's number 1. What's number 2? Number 2 lands on double loot again. So that means you get to go back to the beginning again and choose 2. So this can kind of just keep looping around and around. And that's where you end up in scenarios where, yes, it landed on the 21% chance for a health pickup that was supposed to give you 25 HP or whatever. But instead you end up getting, you know, like 50 of these hearts or some crap. And you're like, oh my God, how'd that happen? Well, it just kept doing the loot, the double loot, the triple loot just kept happening over and over. And then a lot of the times it was landing on health pickup. Not a realistic chance of that happening. It has happened. We've had oh yeah, I was gonna say you there you go. At first I thought you were being a full-on skeptic, saying that's never gonna happen. It did happen to Fury. It happened to him on his stream. I have no idea. He may have some master plan. Maybe he doesn't have a plan at all. But I kept thinking that he would release a video where he talked about it, because he in a run he did have a orb drop out of a chest, which is insane, and it's statistically supposed to be like damn near impossible. So I don't know, I kept thinking like he would make a content video on it or whatever, but so far nothing I know of. The chests from this overlap are only chests or great chests. The mimic you found was unrelated to the overlap. It's just a spawn heart function happened to give a mimic there. Oh, okay, I see. That for a second, Latali, I was like, wait a second. This, because the leggy mimic is also one of the enemies that it will be a huge problem for the 100% run. And if that was no longer a problem, that would have been so nice. Like, oh, solving all the most fucked up stuff. Because even infinite chest rain could not spawn a heart mimic. I mean, it could spawn a heart mimic. It could not spawn a chest mimic. So that's why for a second I thought this one was even better. But apparently not. Another great chest. Sadness. Only sadness. Keep running into these mimics though, what the hell? Apparently it's a coincidence, he said, though. Can't leggy chest be spawned from the polycircle? Only once you have killed a leggy chest is that possible. So you have to find one naturally, and then it gets added to the spawn possibilities. That first one naturally can be a huge pain in the ass if you're getting unlucky. Alright, well, we have already seen a heart mimic. I haven't seen a spell refresh mimic, but it is a possibility if you look at the chest loot drops. Actually, wait. Where is it listed? Oh, there it is. 4% chance for a spell refresher, and then a 2 in 101. So it's even more rare. A 0.0792% chance to get the spell refresh mimic. So already today, during the run, we did end up running into this guy, the fake heart that tried to bite us, but we haven't seen the spell refresh. We don't have to find that one for part of the challenge today. It was just kind of interested.
Some engine decompilation trivia that I myself found out. Leggy is added to rare poly pool before first kill. So same probability as Santa hiisi. Technically doable.
Yeah, okay, I remember this discussion. Yeah, there's like an insane, it's like, isn't the dragon also in that pool or some shit? I mean, it's like, the odds are really low. Like enough that it's not even like right now we're talking about a 0.07% chance, and it's like, yeah, that's good odds compared to the other shit. Dragon and Toveri. Oh, and Toveri's in there. Yeah, apparently the odds are so like astronomical it's not even worth considering as a possible strategy. That's what Latali was telling us back whenever we did it, so I take his word for it because he usually knows his shit pretty well. Alright, so now that we've kind of looked around, we got an idea how it works, which is pretty neat, and I'll be thinking on ways we can maybe utilize this in the future for fun event runs maybe of some kind. But let's start heading to many more parallel worlds and see how large this range gets. Next event stream, real 100%. What do you mean by real 100%? Alright, the last one was a real 100%. The devs just did a patch which made it where it was outdated. So if I do it again and they release another patch, then you're going to be like, oh, another fake 100%. Like, no, the fuck, man. It was a real. It just is outdated. That's not how that shit works. Mod restart, maybe? Yeah, we probably are due for a mod restart. That's a good idea. Leggy Mimic is just 1 in 200 chess odds, though. It's trivial to find a comparison to the other mimics. Wait, is it 1 in 200 on a chest? Really? 1 in 200. Is it 1 in 200 on the mimic? Oh, because a mimic is a 1 in 10, and a leggy is a 5% of a mimic. So overall, you say it's 1 in 200. So you find 200 treasure chests. What world are we on? Does anybody in the chat know what world? Let's see if the zone has gotten bigger for the chests. Look at this. There's just a Summon Taikasauva sitting there with a price tag. Interesting. Yeah, 13K, not a bad deal.
What's up, brother?
Whew. Sorry I'm not going into more details as I've been learning about this and we've yapped about it so many times today. That's why I know some of you guys are just now hopping in. You're like, wait, what's happening? It's yeah, some really funky parallel world stuff that apparently you can do on any run. And I was just learning about all the details of it today. So it's been a fun learning stream. We'll definitely be doing more on in the future. And apparently it can be used for other things besides treasure chests. It's just treasure chest is probably the most interesting in the group. Maybe we do one with the music boxes one day. I don't know why. I don't know why you'd want to try to think of a way you could utilize a music box run of some kind. Yeah, I do feel like the zone for the chest to spawn is getting larger. It could be in my head. Read Latali. What's up, Latali? Go check out the Wizard Den. Vex said it looks cool with overlap. Okay, the Wizard's Den. Do we have any idea which direction the Wizard's Den is in? Are you just fooling around? Or are we looking for something like a refresh mimic? I was mainly just checking around with, like, because we went on an adventure and now that we're here and we achieved what we wanted to achieve, I'm kind of just like, you know, checking it all out to see how it all appears. Dang, a mage hit me. Let me find one more great treasure chest and then we're gonna go look for the mage's den to see how it looks. I'm surprised the game is running so smooth. I'm sure that's going to run out soon. I'm sure I'm jinxing it right now, but considering how many parallel worlds we are right now, I'm happy with how it's, you know, it's performing well. Oh, there you go. Great treasure chest. This will be the last one we open for now, and then we'll go check out the Wizard's Den area. Is this new tech for the new up-to-date 100% run? I mean, it's not, it's like new old tech, I guess. Like, it's new to me. I haven't ever taken the time to do it, but other people in the community have been aware of it. I've just never utilized it, or, you know, some guy brought up, you know, what's an alternative to now that you can't do infinite chest rain, which got people talking about it, and the next thing you know, we're doing this run just to see. And I'm really happy with it. I'm like, damn, this could be a legitimate strategy. Let's open up the great treasure chest. This is our great loot. That's not great. Damn it, I was hoping we get something cool like monstrous powder. Monstrous powder would be this flask that can spawn bosses and stuff. Can drop from a great treasure chest. Technically, I think it can drop from a regular treasure chest too. It's just the odds are very low. Deathium would be cooler. Debatable. Debatable, you know? Maybe a little bit too crazy. Why even open these normal chests? Because they can drop the rarest enemies in the game, which are, we already got one of them. We killed one of these, the heart mimic, and I was looking for a spell refresh mimic because in my head, if I kill both of those in this run, then that means that I did one of the hardest parts of the 100% run. So it's like, damn, I could do another up-to-date 100% run, potentially. And not only that, but since the player ghost is much easier now, I don't know. Oh, it rained. Look, we got some gold rain again. Alright, let's go find that one area and wrap this run up, yeah? Alright, you said the mage's den? What the hell, there's even a... Wait, are they spawning even over here? They really are. They're everywhere. Your camera is jittery on the horizontal axis. It is weird. I guess that floating point shit that Latali was talking about? I almost took that portal. Oh shit! Look at the portals. They're getting all fucked up because of how many parallel worlds we've traveled. Latali said, yeah, it's floating point errors. It's a tall portal. I guess all the portals are that way, yeah? Yep. Oh shit. Yeah, there's the spells. It's selling a lot of spells. Actually, what are eligible to be in this? Oh shit, anything that's eligible for this biome then, right? Which... Interesting. It's not like your normal hell spells, it's just anything that's eligible for this biome. Not exactly sure where I'm supposed to be going to see this wizard's den. It's bound to be around the area it normally should be. Okay, so let's see. Where would it normally be? Oh, okay, there we go. So we just head to this area? Just head down here? And we may get to see something cool? I'll follow the lava and then see if we can hit it. Why isn't Noita map full of chests? Because this is in the main world. Like if we go back to the main world, it doesn't look weird at all. I mean, it looks like this, but nothing funky with the chests. It's the traveling to the parallel worlds once you're in New Game Plus, where things get all fucked up and you end up getting the spamming of treasure chests and stuff. Yeah, because right now, in case you're curious, if you look on our map, it says that we're currently in East 132. So we are 132 parallel worlds away. Alright, so we're going to go check that spot that Latali's talking about, which apparently Vex had also urged us to venture to. Wait, is this one? Look at, yeah, look how... See, that's why the portals are looking weird. It's not because we're in New Game Plus. It's because we're in East Parallel World 132. It's causing the math of like creating that normal like circle turn into more of a, I don't know, an oval of some kind. It's getting all fucked up. The floating point bullshittery. New game plus to get even more chests. I don't think it's a matter of new game pluses. Well, I mean, I'm sure there probably is some more new game pluses that you can get the same style of new game plus, like the same, you know, like we're getting a normal like chunk of these, well, not normal, but we're getting a chunk of these treasure chests. Going to more new game pluses wouldn't mean more chests. It just would mean more opportunities to get the same amounts of chests, I would imagine. Similar to just going to more parallel worlds also gives you more opportunities. Yeah, this method for farming stuff is pretty interesting because you could, as long as it's in it's eligible to spawn in the last zone, you could just keep jumping through there and... I mean, there's so many spells. Alright, we hit this. In fact, we stacked so many stainless armors that we can actually kind of just chill in the lava and it doesn't hurt us too bad. Feels kind of nice. Ooh, okay. Dude, there's definitely some lagginess going on here. Is that perk? Is it duping? It looked like it's duping. That looks very dupe-like. Oops, I think I'm going too far now, maybe. Alright, so... Oh, shit. Are these all duping? Oh god. Did we just dupe like 100 chunks while we were running around? Oh no. Yeah, everything is duped. What have we done? So, we're looking for the Mage's Den, but it's supposed to overlap with something else, right? Still has it marked as Magical Temple. The Magical Wizard's Temple Den. Yeah, it's a fusion. It's a hybrid. Multiple biomes just kind of colliding. This is the Magical Temple and the Wizard's Den. With their powers combined. Yeah, the overlaps are definitely funky. Now, cool, now make an absurd wand and obliterate everything. Isn't that absurd enough? Pretty powerful, right? Alright, it's time for us to head home. Into the funky red portal. Wait, could look at the left side of the main path for the music machines? Wait, the left side? I thought you said it had to be on the right side because we teleported to the right. Wait, hold on. The music boxes, we could see them on the left side? You're saying in this direction? Check it out. Just trying to see if there's any more cool, you know, kind of hybrid biome crap. What the hell? These biomes get so weird looking. It feels like I'm playing modded Noita. It's like, this isn't the real game. Somebody made their own custom biomes. Wow, just what I wanted. Lots of explosives. Insane! There's explosives everywhere. It's like, yeah, it's called the hiisi base. Eh. So if we wanted to see some more crazy overlap shenanigans, it seems like one of the best ways to do it would be to go into another New Game Plus. Now, you may not end up with that awesome treasure chest setup, but you may end up seeing something funky like the music note stuff. That's my understanding. Oh, look, some more spell spawning over here. I'm sure at some point you said that if you go to the home portal from this deep into parallel worlds, you would crash your game. It will not be good. I'm afraid the game may blow up. Portal's a bad idea. What if we mod restart the moment before and the moment after portaling? Thoughts? What the hell is this? Losing my bearings on where the hell I'm at. There's the ghost again. The rare ghost. Oh wait, there's a music box. There's a lot of music boxes. We found them. Let's make some music together, chat. It's like really muffled. Is it because it's stuck in the wall? This one's louder. Oh. It's weird how some of them are so quiet. Interesting, interesting. All right, we've seen all the craziness. Now, what was Latali's idea of how to get home? If the game doesn't freeze before, sure. Alright, Latali is not the most hopeful in us making it back home. He doesn't believe in us. If your save corrupts, is the bet a loss? No, we won't make it a bet loss. That seems a little bit silly, right? We would count it as a dub. Curse of Greed would rapidly spawn divide by 10 here. Oh shit. Wait, I remember, I think you talked about this before. Which sounds awesome. We'll leave that for the future.
Well, gentlemen, it seems we have a dumbass among us, but we can't just watch him die, can we?
Now, I think the ground beneath us literally vanished, but that's a feature. Kolmi, you're here! The whole ground is deleted, but you're here! You do care! I knew you'd wait for me, boy. I knew you loved me. Okay, stop hamming it up right now. Just, come on, find me. Time to break his heart, though. Sometimes you love him so much you gotta hurt him. Is it possible to dupe Kolmi? Yes, you can end up fighting like 30 Kolmis at once. It has happened many times unintentionally, because if you start doing duping and Kolmi was loading in, it will also dupe Kolmi along with it. Press E to complete the work. Easy. Easy dub. And you know where I'm going. You know where I'm going. On a run like today, where you guys took me on a fun adventure where we farmed up lots of greater treasure chests, there's only one place for us to die in a run like this. A memorable run, a memorable adventure. Possibly setting up our future for a 100% run. Maybe. Possibly. Look at this. Look how powerful I am, chat. Even the dark sun is nothing. I spit in the face of the dark sun. You disgust me. You're nothing. You are weak. You are puny. But all good things must come to an end. Me next? Do it again? Okay, chat, please. Jesus Christ. This is why we can't have nice things, because chat is just too insane, man. You're hearing what you want to hear. T.I., I am a new chatter, so you have to. What? First off, that is definitely not the message of a new guy. That is definitely somebody pretending to be a new guy. But we've been going for a little over 8.5 hours, and I'm really, really hungry, and we had a great adventure today. So you know what, chat? Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. I want you to look at your alarms, which is definitely not a watch, but pretend it is. Set your alarm. 15 hours from now. 15 hours from now, we load up some Noita. But I need to wrap it up with the final shop of the day. Be here in about 15 hours, and we'll be playing some more Noita. We'll probably do a little bit of Twitch integration, probably yell at a couple chatters, maybe ban somebody. You know how it goes, the usual. Sire is Diary's video today. I still gotta look over it. I haven't. Dude, there's been so many things. Just to let you know, I have been working on stuff. All right, it's not like I've been doing nothing. It's just greatness, chat. Greatness is on the horizon for this channel. Okay, all right. Maybe not greatness. Maybe you will laugh and it will blow up and it will just go terribly. But at the very least, we're attempting for greatness. We're attempting to do something different. DunkBot 2.0, Tiga. Tiga knows what's up. I see him in there. Tiga's hype. YouTube people, if you are reading this, there are 8 videos ready, but Dunk hates reading his DOs. Oh shit! No. He's spreading he's spreading misinformation. Don't listen to this guy. It's misinformation. I'm sorry. I'll catch up. Here it is, chat. Here it is. The golden yeses of the day. Unelma, Virus Mad, and King of Squid are the three people earning golden yes signs on today's adventure. Not bad, not bad. 3 people saying yes 7 times in a row, getting the golden yes sign. Glad to hear it. 7 streaks going out to Jet Dragon, The Way That Life Can Suck, Talithmar, Chrono Lord, Pandrion, Goldfish Vendor, Unelma, Red Kelly, Spice of Life, Ladino Bob, Unumbar, Dark Fox, Virus Mad, Blue Dragon, Saskatch, Smitten Galaxy, Blebberdeck, King of Squid, Zalarith, Anthony Agance, Selnia, Slin Leet, and Jack Raven. Damn, that was... Wait, what the hell? There's still 2 more. Stooge and Himmer also in the 7 streak crew. That was a healthy amount of 7 streaks. I think it's one of the biggest 7 streak groups we've seen in a little while. I blame it on you guys because you guys have been losing so many Twitch integration bets lately that your streaks just keep getting reset. So it's really your own faults. Binoff with the -7 and Sterling as well. Sterling and Binoff, both of you got the dunce cap. It's in your backpack. You can equip it whenever you would like. And then the Toast of Jesus with the 3 7 streaks in a row, the 21 prediction streak. Jesus. Toast to Jesus. Now, Jesus, this is impressive, but you are getting flexed on by Shortman422 and Veg because they did both earn their 4th 7 streak in a row. That is 28 predictions without messing up a single time. 0 mistakes, 28 correct. Shortman and Veg, you guys are the actual Giga Chads of the day as I am queuing up our raid for Mind's Eye. Dude. My brain is quitting on me right now. I don't even know if what I'm saying are these words? Is this making sense? Am I making sense right now? Yoke's also up doing 50. If you guys are wanting to watch more Noita, you have some great selections. Yoke is on doing whatever the heck 15B on RS, and I don't even know what that means, but he's playing Noita and we love Yoke, even though he's a piece of shit and we hate him, but we love him. He's awesome. He also holds 20 world records or something like that, like 1 billion world records in the Noita community. That's real. You can actually look it up on the speedrunning Noita webpage, or you can just go to his page, his stream, and ask him about it. He'll probably tell you lots of details. And then there's also Sneck is on playing Noita. There's lots of great people playing Noita, but I'm sending you guys over to Mind's Eye because our stream, this community would not be what it is without Mind's Eye. He's a big part of it. In fact, Mind's Eye is kind of like the protector of the community. He's always putting things in place to help keep our community safe from bots and cheaters and whatever the hell. So I'm going to raid him right now. He is doing a programming stream, working on probably some personal project. I don't know, but he's awesome and we love him. So go Moist Mob it over there with Mind's Eye, and I'll see you in 15 hours. See you in 15 hours, chat. Stay sweaty, stay awesome. Thank you for everything. Deuces, chat.